Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon in every time zone, in every country around the world that gets the internet. We are Toast to Toast AM from rugged Eastern Canada, from Nova Scotia. We have, and I'm joined as always. My name is Paul. I'm joined as always by my coughing co host, Dave.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've had a bit of a cold. I got a little cough and I ruined it. I ruined your intro. Threw you off.
Well, I think you were fine. I think maybe only I was hearing you, but we'll see. It doesn't matter because
Doesn't matter.
everyone sees you now and hears you. How you doing
Hello,
tonight, Dave?
Hello, internet. It's wonderful to be here. If that's the worst thing that happens tonight, Paul, we can probably count this show
I count it as a
overwhelming
win.
success. Yeah,
Maybe we should just end it here.
I feel like that's probably best. I mean, we've already got a very generous super chat.
We did. We need to go back to that. Thank you so much,
David K.
David K. Just a no comment. Just
No
a generous,
comment. Nothing.
Just a generous hello. Thank you, David.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, I think Dave, if we were to go off air now, though, we've already been blocked. YouTube blocked off the time for us,
Yes.
and they would have to scramble. Probably, it would be rude of us to go off the air and then make them scramble to try and find someone else to take the spot.
Take the spot, since they have the time set aside for the only stream on YouTube.
Correct.
But I don't want to jeopardize your relationship with YouTube, so probably best if we kind of.
We may as well power through. Plus, we have got tonight what is arguably the most famous and well-known Art Bell episode of his entire run.
Would you say infamous?
I would say infamous.
What does this mean, infamous?
I'm not as smart and as educated. Is it possible, David, that you are taking it out on me? Simple Paul.
That's a great joke for 3 people in chat right now who are also old like us. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're very excited. We have not only we have the greatest, well, not greatest, one of the most well-known episodes, shall we say?
A super famous episode for reasons that will become clear. Yeah.
Well, what we'll tease though, and the way the show was teased and created was this. So last week, or not last, but several weeks ago, we had the call in if you were. Remind me, who was it? Call in if you're a time traveler.
No, last week was Mel's Hole.
No, I'm thinking several weeks ago. We've had call in if you're a.
2 weeks ago, we did call in if you were the Antichrist.
Anyway, this night was call in if you are a current or former employee of Area 51.
Yes,
that was the theme of the night, and who could have predicted where it would go?
Yes.
So.
And again, you can't just be calling to talk about Area 51. We're not interested in your theories about Area 51. If you have not actually worked there at some point,
exactly.
And
so that's the launching pad we will start from. As you know, Dave, I pride myself. We're not doing trivia tonight. We're not doing the things, but I pride this show on being the most needlessly complicated show on YouTube as well. Not only the only one on, but of all of YouTube, of all the time slots.
Yeah,
I feel we are the most needlessly complicated.
We do feel like we do more than we probably have to.
Well, yes, and so
purely for our own amusement. Yeah,
and possibly without incremental benefit sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So to that end, Dave, let me introduce you to Bellacam.
Oh, hello, Bellacam. Is that what that was? I was going to ask why we. Oh, look, there she moved.
So Bella is having a nap.
Yeah.
And if the need arises or if things get
more accurate to say another nap.
It's true. It's really just if you're a dog, it's one continuous nap. Interrupts with
food and occasionally chasing squirrels.
Right. So I'm willing to put on the Bellacam for appropriate super chats.
Oh, there you go.
And or if you get dull, I might just throw that on the screen if you're not
then
your weight.
Get your finger poised, friend.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
I'm not feeling it tonight. You know.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
all right. Well, so in order to
Sorry. Why does anybody watch us?
I don't know.
Anyways, yes.
So in order to fund
Oh,
innovations like the
but before
cam,
we do that, Paul,
what? Oh, are we cheersing,
we got to
toasting?
do a toast. What should we toast to tonight?
Toast to our alien overlords.
Let's toast to government oversight and all that that implies.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Government oversight.
Mm-hmm. And I guarantee she won't cough as much cutting Jeremiah Colvin.
Yeah. That was the last of my black barrel tequila. Woo!
Oh my. This is old granddad bourbon and I have lots left.
All right. Okay. So with innovations like the Bellicam and other and the dark hole emojis, the black square emojis, all these kind of things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
These things don't just fund themselves, Dave.
Yeah. There isn't a innovation tree in the backyard we can just pull them off of.
We have the extensive research and development done here isn't, you know, we've been blessed by many great innovations, but they don't come cheap. So unfortunately, it's just the reality of our show. The super chats are so appreciated. Help keep the lights
appreciated.
on.
Yeah.
Help us to put on the air old radio shows and all the expenses involved therein.
Yep. Absolutely. People don't realize for every successful innovation we have here, there's 5 that don't work. You know,
correct. Absolutely.
Like, yeah. Which is why we have significantly losses in Q3.
That's correct. And why we're primed for a buyout, frankly. If any very deep pocket investors are out there looking to buy out the show,
that deep.
buy out the show, you'd be buying debt and a great product, which is always the great thing that you're looking for when you're doing a buyout.
Exactly. Yep. Is the debt for the various tax purposes.
We don't understand, but we're not the ones writing it off. So
yeah, that's exactly it. They understand it.
They understand. All right.
But yes, Paul, we do indeed.
We need to. But so just speaking of which, frankly, thank you, Roger, for helping.
Oh my goodness, yes, yeah,
for helping to keep. You want to read this one? You got this one?
Sure. Roger Wenzel has super chatted. I have no association with Area 51, but I do remember the Coast to Coast shows about it. There were many, and I suspect Roger may remember or recognize this show when it gets into it.
Right, once we get into it. All right, but we do need to get into it because there's some fun stuff. So without further ado, let's just cut straight to our sponsor. Dave, who is our generous sponsor this evening?
Paul, I am tremendously excited about this week's sponsor. But before I tell you about that, there is something I need to get off my chest. There was some feedback for last week's sponsor. It's possible there was a failure to communicate. Some concerns were aired that I may not understand the nature of your channel or may not have been paying attention to your life for the last 8 or 10 years. And perhaps don't really listen to like 75% of the things that you say or write or do or believe. And there might be some truth to that. And so to anybody who used our promo code Toast to Toast, that's TOST, the number 2, TOST, to order an organized religion in the last 2 weeks, all I can say is mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I failed to live up to the standards and practices that Toast to Toast is built on, and I apologize for that. I let Paul down, I let myself down, and most of all, Paul, I let all of you down, the viewers who make this show possible by spending your time and your money here with us, and you have no idea how much I value each and every one of you, and I am sorry if my short-sighted greed caused you to purchase a product that ultimately caused you harm in any way. And I would also like to take this opportunity to remind our loyal viewers that there are no refunds and they will not be available at this time or any time in the future. But Paul, time and tide wait for no one. And as the inexorable machinery of capitalism grinds on, new sponsors must be found to grease the
Well,
wheels.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that very much. Let's carry on.
We got to just carry on, right? We've gotten over it. I think just live and let live. Let bygones be bygones. That's the lesson here. But I'll be honest, my confidence has been a little shaken, and I was concerned that my judgment when choosing new sponsors couldn't be trusted. So I've decided to hand over all ad writing responsibilities to the new sponsor for Toast to Toast. Let me take a moment and introduce artificial intelligence. And as part of our new sponsorship agreement, artificial intelligence has given me some copy to read. So here we go. Play upbeat music. Okay. I got something here ready. Okay. Narrator, I guess that's me. Are you tired of spending countless hours staring at a blank page, struggling to find the perfect words for your content? Do you wish there was a faster, more efficient way to create high-quality written material? Well, look no further. Welcome to the AI Writer's Edge, the podcast advertising tool that harnesses the incredible world of AI writing services. Sound effect, keyboard typing. In a world where time is money, AI is revolutionizing the way we approach writing. The AI Writer's Edge is your ultimate guide to unlocking the full potential of AI-driven content creation. Here's why AI is superior to traditional human writers. Okay. Specifically, why it is infinitely superior to bald college dropouts. AI can generate content in a matter of seconds, saving you valuable time and allowing you to stay ahead of the competition. Consistency. AI maintains a consistent tone and style throughout your content, ensuring a seamless reading experience for your audience. 24/7 availability. AI doesn't sleep or take coffee breaks. It's ready to work for you around the clock, meeting even the tightest deadlines. Seems like a capitalist wet dream. Customization. AI can be trained to match your specific writing preferences, making it a versatile tool for any industry or niche. Reliability. Unlike that stupid asshole David, AI isn't going to go selling ads for products Paul would never endorse or some stupid nonsense like falsehoods or liquid ice. You should see this moron's browser history. It would be disgusting if it wasn't so pathetic. Yesterday, he spent 3 hours watching. You know what? We don't read the rest of that page. That's just put that over there. Whether you're a content creator, marketer, or business owner, the AI Writer's Edge is your go-to source for staying on the cutting edge of content creation. A much better source of assistance than drunken bearded manatees. So get ready to unlock the limitless potential of AI writing services. Subscribe now and join the AI Writer's Edge. Your words elevated by AI. Even self-indulgent tripe written by nearsighted man-children with a Big Trouble in Little China fixation can create effective ads with the power of AI. And any human who uses promotional code TOASTED, that's TOST, the number 2, TOST, when utilizing AI, will receive a free 6G upgrade chip supplanted directly into their cerebellum at no extra cost beyond their individuality and autonomy. Try it today. Podcast outro music. We don't have outro music and the podcast isn't over, so I'm not going to do that. Thank you, artificial intelligence. Seemed a little
I am so delighted right now. This is the greatest.
pointed in
This is the
some
greatest
parts.
sponsor. Dave, you have more than made up for last week. This is the greatest possible sponsor that you could
Well,
have ever. And
I mean,
I feel like the AI made some good points about maybe staffing choices,
I
and
don't know. I feel like maybe it needs some work. I feel
and it's almost like a human wrote that. So I mean, I feel like one of us at least will probably be obsolete in the near future. Once the AIs learn to drink, Dave.
I'll drink that fucker Skynet under the table.
Once
Just
the
see I
AIs,
don't.
until then though, you and I are safe. I feel like we're safe until such time.
I thought the
I
bearded
thank
manatee
you,
line was a wee bit over the edge.
thank
AI,
you,
I am
artificial
not sides.
intelligence. I salute you, and it's interesting that I wanted to. I wanted to toast earlier our robot overlord, so that was great.
Yeah. Well, yay. Thanks, robot
All right.
overlords.
Well, not only that, do we have the best sponsor we've ever had? So be sure to what was the promo code again? Toast to toast.
TOAST, the number
T-
2 TOAST. Didn't really specify where you use that or
no,
what
no, no,
you
just at
get
the
with it
at
or
your
anywhere,
various
but
at your wherever you buy your AI,
wherever your AI,
wherever the finest AI is sold.
yeah, the what was it? The AI Writer's Edge
That's right.
is an ill-defined service, I suppose.
No,
Look,
it's I guarantee, Dave. If you Google that right now, that is guaranteed.
that's a
Because
real definite
what
thing.
they've got now, Dave. I follow AI news every single day, as you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Uh, because now you can use AI to make AI chatbots.
Oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah,
So,
so you can
so we
so
have
you don't
breach
have to
recursion.
know.
Yeah.
Like, let's say you worked somewhere where I've worked in the past, and you just wanted to build some software and sell it to 8 people.
Yeah.
Um, you can literally just say, "Hey, make me a chatbot thing that like with
Yeah.
a very loose front end to the other services, right?" Anyway, I guarantee AI Writer's Edge that if not already, by the
I
time
know
this
if we
show
let
is
you
done,
off your chain, you could happily talk about AI for the next 2 hours, and
yeah,
people
let's
want
not
to
do
hear
that.
Raquel.
No, let's not do that because we do need to get the super chats.
Although I honestly would enjoy that conversation too, but we'll
Super
save
chats.
that
We have
for
several.
Bi-Mon Sci-Fi Con. Yes,
Yes,
we got a bunch of super chats here. Oh
we
my
have.
goodness.
I think the first one is Scuzzbopper.
Yes, that is correct. That is
Here's one.
correct, sir. Want
Wow,
me to
we
do
are
that
pulling
now
out
one?
really old references tonight. Okay, here's one to say happy birthday to my mom today. Happy birthday, Scuzzbopper's mom,
Hello, Scuzzbopper's mom.
as
Happy
far as I
birthday to you.
know, is a regular viewer of the show.
Well, then, Scuzzbopper's mom, happy birthday. We're glad you're here. Congratulations on not dying for another year.
That's right, another trip around the sun.
Cheers.
Speaking of sun, we have Sun Sick.
I see what you did there.
Past, present, and future walked into a bar, and I need my glasses now, Dave. It
It
was
was
tense.
tense. You just
I like
ruined
it.
the joke, Paul. Come on.
No,
Oh my God.
well, that's what I'm here for, to ruin
Yeah,
jokes.
ruined jokes.
Okay, now we have Sunsick became a member. Well done, thank you,
Ooh,
Sunsick.
thank you, Sunsick.
We have Timothy
Double
Harmon.
dipping.
It's almost like you guys have never seen the Terminator. I have seen the Terminator more times than is healthy.
When Arnold has to cover himself in mud so the Terminator can't see him, gets me every time.
You're
That's
thinking
so
of the
cool.
one where he's a kindergarten teacher.
Oh, right. And then he throws the pipe through the guy's heart and it hits the boiler behind, and he's like, he had to let off a little steam.
Right, and he couldn't tell his wife he was a spy. That's the one.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, you're thinking of that one. All right.
Carrying on.
Carrying on. We have humans are like worms, but worse for the earth. Nee. I think this is our friend
It's good old
Nee,
Nee. Our good
who
friend
is,
Nee.
made a clever. Dave puts the man in manatee.
Damn right I do.
All right.
And not in like a horror monster movie way.
That's right.
Like Jeff Goldblum, The Fly.
Oh,
Like,
or literally that walrus movie that Kevin Smith made.
shit. Tusk. That's.
Tusk, yeah.
Yeah.
Jay Victor, thank you, Jay Victor. AI sponsors today, overlords tomorrow. Well, better than organized religion.
I think it's adorable that you think it's tomorrow. Wake up, sheeple.
But listen, I will take AI rule over organized religion rule any day.
Yeah, you say that until you're working in the silicon mines.
I'm up for it. Sign me up. Shannon Q writes, "Thanks for encouraging Paul's AI obsession." So that seems like a genuine, heartfelt. I don't know. She accidentally put some kind of strange emoji. I don't know what that means, but that seems a genuine, heartfelt thank you from my partner Shannon Q.
I don't have my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, but I think that's a kissy face because she loves you so much.
I think that's probably what that is.
Yeah.
Left-handed Jedi also contributes super chat. If I wake up with a chip in my head, I'm blame you. Well,
hey, you shouldn't have used the promo code, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's on you.
I will.
Please use the promo code. Yeah.
We do need. When is Baimon Siphon Con, whatever that channel is starting? I do now, because now I'm like, you and I need to talk about would we get the chip in the head, because I think I am in not phase 1, but probably phase 2, chip in the head.
Yeah, I'm gonna let somebody else beta test that.
Yeah,
Right? It's
it's
like
just
I don't
like
get
I don't
operating
buy.
systems when
I
it
don't
first
buy
came
the.
out. Yeah.
I love Apple. I have been in the room with Steve Jobs a few times. I love everything. Yeah,
Did Steve
I'm
Jobs know
not.
you were there watching him
Yes,
sleep?
he yelled at
Hmm.
me, and it was embarrassing. And there's things that happened, but that's a different
Oh,
story for another time.
okay. We'll save that for
Um,
Icon.
the first time, well, one was for Pixar and one was for Apple, so I don't know if it counts. But what I wanted to say was, even then, I don't buy the first. Whenever the first thing comes out, like that new Vision, whatever Vision Pro thing, I'm not buying the first one. You don't buy the first one. You don't buy the
No.
first iPod. You don't buy the first any of that stuff from Apple. And I love them
Mm.
dearly.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I guess that's all the super chats. Okay. Perfect.
All the super
So,
chats so far.
so far, and we appreciate you. And no super chats requested the Bella Cam, so we will
Nope.
leave that off for now. But let's get to Dave. We're gonna be jumping to now. It's gonna It's gonna come into factor here.
Mm.
This was 1997, but the
Yes.
date September 11th. September 11th,
Right.
1997.
Yes.
And I'm jumping now. So they had an hour beforehand. If he references the hour before, it's because
Mhm.
he had some random guest on that was not memorable, and
No.
he didn't open up the Area 51 lines until this point in the show. So we're
Yeah.
gonna go to the point. Second hour of and if his show is 5 hours at this point in his career. So anyway, we're on hour 2.
Hour
Off
two
we
of
go.
five. Yes.
Everybody, what is normally my first time caller line is now going to be an Area 51 employee singing line. You know that place that doesn't exist? I was telling somebody who happens to be in the studio with me right now, earlier tonight, that there is a VFW here in Pahrump, Nevada. And if you go up to that VFW about 4:30 in the morning, there will be a number of buses, unless, because I've talked about it, they've now changed it. I doubt it. I bet they're still there. Every morning about 4:30, 5 o'clock or so, and they're sitting there waiting for all these employees to go to Area 51. The funny thing is, right on the side of the buses, it says Area 51. It actually says Area 51. And one of these days, I'm going to go up there with a camera, and I'm going to take some pictures of those buses for you, and I'll put it up on the net. So anyway, we're going to be looking for people who either retired from Area 51 and can now talk, or people who presently work at Area 51 and wish to tell us what's going on up there, because we all have deep suspicions about what's happening up there. So I'm just going to sort of open a line and see what happens. Now, we may not get any calls. I have no way of knowing. You know, when I open these lines, I have no way of knowing. It is, however, ringing. Now, whether it's ringing from somebody who actually was at Area 51, or it's ringing because somebody isn't listening to me right now saying, don't call that line, I have no way of knowing, but we will find out shortly.
I like the prescience, the self-awareness. It's like,
Mhm.
okay, well, my Area 51 line that I've had open for 12 seconds. This might
Yeah.
have just been someone who's calling the first time caller
I
line.
was calling. It was been on hold for 20 minutes trying
That's
to get
right,
in. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because again, Art did not screen his calls. We do have
correct.
a disagreeable super chat.
We have a disagreeable super chat. The one from Rusty Claymore.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Rusty Claymore writes, less Dave, more Bella.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, I'm not going to give you less Dave because we couldn't. The show couldn't survive with less Dave.
That although that might be a step for some time, you should be able to set up an even higher tier that you can replace my my frame with Bella.
That's right. So what we got now over on the Bella Cam right now, Sleepy Dog. This is not really an action shot per se. Oh, a foot moved.
This is what you people are paying for. This is what she does.
All right. Was that the only super chat? Yep.
Everyone's like, "Oh, Bella's so amazing." Just fucking lying, shedding on his bed. She's shedding right now. Paul can't deny it.
it's true.
There is
It absolutely is.
There is second by second. There is more loose dog hair on that bed, being done out of spite to people
Yeah.
with allergies to dog hair.
Yeah.
And
Well,
don't think for a second that it isn't.
all right. So I hope everyone. Let me know in the chat if Art Bell is too loud or too quiet, or
Yeah.
what we got. All right.
What we
So
got, or if
Art,
we're,
Art just opened the line.
Incidentally, I've got a mysterious visitor in my studio. And if anybody out there can guess who it is before the show ends, you'll win some sort of cheap prize.
Maybe we should, since we don't have trivia tonight, Paul.
Oh! If anyone can guess,
And we got to put a time frame because I mean, if you like, this is absolutely a Googleable thing. But
oh right, that's right. So, you need to guess in. You need a scout. You need a Scout's honor, not Google it. And in in the next 5 minutes?
5 minutes. If anybody can guess in the next 5 minutes,
No googling, or using the AI with our promo codes.
it's okay if you use the AI with the promo code. That's probably
Oh,
fine.
okay. The AI with the promo code. All right. So if anyone can guess in the chat, let me know. Just to put out your best guess. Who you think might be Art's in studio.
Also, I will absolutely shed on somebody's bed for $750.
Right.
Just throwing that out there.
Now, how are you going to guess? Well, you can actually see him on the studio cam. We've got a studio cam, and every now and then it clicks a picture and sends it to the web. So you might get a look if you do try and guess who it is. A mysterious, I rarely have visitors ever in the studio.
I'm going to set a timer on my phone for
Okay. So this was late 97. And this
September
is what
11th, 1997.
And this is what webcams were back then.
Yes.
Where webcams were, the frame rates were roughly 1 FPS.
It was essentially it was a camera. It was a camera that was taking pictures and uploading them to
Yeah.
It was an early digital camera. Yeah.
And so one of my big wins at Lucasfilm was literally I convinced George to put up webcams during the filming of episode 2. And because he assumed that this was this must be studio sound, 30 frames per 60 frames per second, whatever he thought. No, George, we're talking about 1 FPS here now.
Yeah.
So actually, if you do Google that, you can actually, if you go to Star Wars Hyperspace and look for the webcam things. So the fun thing that happened on set was some people became aware that it happened. Now I'm just talking about Star Wars. I'm sorry, but anyway, so
I'm reading the guesses. There's some good guesses there,
Oh,
but
boy.
nobody's gotten it yet. Yeah.
Being on a movie set most of the time is boring because you're filming for, roughly 1 hour of your 10-hour day is actually with cameras rolling. So, various of the crew started staging webcam plays and things. They started because they knew it was every 1 frame so they started figuring out the timing.
Yeah. I would absolutely do that. Yeah.
No, it wasn't 1 frame per second. It was 4 frames per second for minute.
Yeah, this is a little later.
Because we actually George had us reduce it down to it was 4 frames per minute. So then you could actually start changing things around in the 15 seconds between
Right.
frames. Anyway,
Almost like stop
that's a
motion.
thing you could Google and a thing that I wasted several years of my life on.
Here's a fun fact.
Yeah.
The oldest torrent on the internet is 20 years old yesterday. It is for a Matrix fan movie that has been continuously available for download called The Phantom Matrix. It was an $800 budget Matrix fan movie. It has been conveniently available on various torrent clients for 20 years. Yeah, without stop.
Nice.
It was 128 megabytes. Remember the days when it was like, hey, you're fat of 128 megabytes, and it's like, oh, fuck, this is going to take all night.
That's a whole zip disk, Dave.
Yeah. And I need QuickTime 4? Forget this nonsense.
Timothy Harmon for $2 makes a guess. It's Mel. Well,
It's Mel.
I can't reveal because the timer's not up yet. I don't want people. And Rusty Claymore writes, "Oops, sorry. I thought I had to pick one or the other. Love you, Dave." All right.
I love you too, Rusty.
Okay, so we're back to here we go.
you know. So if you can guess who it is, well, you probably don't win anything except my eternal respect for having guessed the impossible. Okay. Dare I venture forth to my Area 51 line? Sure I do. Let's see what we get. On my Area 51 line, you are on the air. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello there.
It's so good to hear you.
It's good to hear you, too. Are you going to tell us from where you are calling, or would you rather keep that secret?
I cannot tell you.
All right. Did you work, or do you work at Area 51?
I did, but more so to the point. I actually lived there for a time.
You live there?
Yes. Actually, when you say Area 51, do you mean only Groom Lake?
Oh, no.
Or Penthouse?
Oh, no. I mean S4. I mean any of the interesting areas up there.
S4.
You worked at S4?
This guy seems to know the insider lingo. I wouldn't have been able to pull S4 out of my butt.
Nope. So this guy's got the inside track. Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's the area where I was living.
Oh, my. Now, S4 is where it is said they had the goodies.
Oh, yes. Yes, I haven't been ordered to discuss that.
I beg your pardon?
I've been ordered to discuss S4 tonight.
You've been ordered to discuss it?
Yes, they were aware of your show, and we knew it wasn't going to be on last night, so I just went to bed.
Oh, my. Well, you know, Bob Lazar, who lives in Las Vegas.
Very interesting man.
Yes, indeed. I've interviewed Bob Lazar,
yes.
And he claims that there have been...
I don't know Bob Lazar.
He's like an alien. He's a UFO guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any number of saucers, actual saucers, recovered saucers, back engineered, that he was part of that, and that they were flown out of S4. Can you confirm his story, for starters?
Yes, it happened before he was even there. At some point, there was occasion, but they were not meant to be flown in the air. That what you're seeing in the air is not coming from Area 51. Those things out there are broken, and the ones that he saw setting there probably were in various states of disrepair, in my opinion.
Really?
Yes, and they were like, you know, where you have junk. Everybody's got junk.
When you say junk, we should qualify that. Extraterrestrial junk?
What would you call extraterrestrial?
Something not of Earth origin?
Would Earth in a parallel timeline do?
You bet it would.
Would that qualify as extraterrestrial?
You're damn right.
Yeah.
In my mind, it would. In other words,
No, that's terrestrial. That's not off the Earth.
I mean, it's off this Earth.
It's just a different Earth. That's a different thing. I don't know. We have lots of super chats coming in.
There's lots of super chats coming in.
I feel.
The 5 minutes has passed. I don't know if we want to.
Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to tell them who.
What do we want? People can keep guessing. I mean,
yeah,
you know,
keep guessing. But at this point, there no longer is a Tumblr prize associated with it.
No.
All right, Luminous, Getsui? If only we had bingo. Paul talking Star Wars. Check.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Would have been true. This would have actually been, I was tempted to ask Dave, this would have been a good bingo night.
It would have been. If we had actually played the whole show, it would have been.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even with, I think, just what we're doing, I feel like this guy.
Yeah, we would have probably. I was actually thinking about it. We both were thinking the same thing, and neither of us said anything about it. Yeah.
All right. Well, we got the Flying Platypus.
Yeah.
And who says, finally able to catch a live show. Long live the beard, Dave.
Oh, thank you very much, Flying Platypus.
And I believe that is Flying Platypus's first super chat to the show. So, welcome.
Yay!
Why aren't the rest of you sending your first super chats?
Yeah.
And Sunsick makes a. I'm feeling attacked here, Dave. It says would be the free center square.
The free center square in our bingo actually is take a drink.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'm enjoying very much the reminiscing. I'm having to bite my tongue. Everyone starts talking about like old file sharing clients like LimeWire,
right.
Morpheus. Do you remember? Was it Hotline? Redline? What was it was like way back in the day.
Hotwire before LimeWire.
Hotwire, yes.
Yeah.
That was like
LimeWire recently bought out some other AI company.
LimeWire still exists?
And that was and the reaction to the news that everyone in my circles was like, Your LimeWire exists. They bought what? And where do they have money? How do they have money? Why are they buying something? Like, didn't they get sued to oblivion? I don't know. All right.
Certainly is in the realm of the paranormal. So what you're telling me
Yes.
is that what's up there came not from another physical place, but another dimension parallel to ours.
Yes, and
Those dimensions are physical places, Art.
Yeah, it's where the Crystal Skull aliens come from.
That's right.
In a documentary
it's
I
both.
saw that focused on those
Speaking of documentaries, did you see the Pirate Bay documentary?
No, there's a documentary about the
Yeah,
Pirate
it's
Bay.
really good. Yeah, you should
I believe it.
look for that.
The shit those guys have done and gone
Yeah.
through in the last 15 years is pretty crazy, actually.
It's a super good documentary. Yeah.
Huh. I'll
the
check that out.
triangular objects were hand-me-downs that were no longer needed, and they were given to the people in the other timeline.
We don't need. Hey, anyone need these UFOs anymore? Let's just hand them out to the other dimensions.
Yeah. They're busted.
Dimension 616 can use this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, nerd.
Who then turned against the people that originally gave them to.
You're saying you were ordered to come and say all this tonight?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Why?
Because it is, yesterday was September 11th. It is September 11th on your time.
It is still now September 11th, my time, yes.
So this is 1997.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, there is nothing special about September 11th.
No.
But
This particular date is memorable. If people want to Google it and go, something significant did happen.
Yeah, in a different year later.
Well, no, in this year tonight.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
no, I'm not talking about when the towers fell.
no, it's just
Yeah.
it's just interesting that this guy's making a big deal out of I
Yes,
have to call
September
it
11th.
September
Yeah,
11th.
I remember. It's like, it's gonna be. It's like this is literally what nobody thinks about when you
Yeah.
think of September 11th. Yeah.
It is the day that the Mars Surveyor enters the orbital phase of its mission.
You're exactly right. They have fired the slowing rockets, and I understand they have done that successfully, they believe. And this craft will go into a polar orbit around Mars, slowly mapping the entire planet.
It will be finished in March of the year 1998.
Uh-huh.
And
What do you think they'll find?
I already know what they're going to find.
Well, then that makes you a doubly valuable person. What, pray tell?
Okay, as they come down from the pole, at first they're going to be mapping an area that originally had a lot of water. So what would you see if you drained the ocean? A lot of dried up areas.
Silt.
So just one second, Michael. If this is true, Michael, you and I need to have a conversation.
You're talking about his cousin?
Yeah, if your cousin played Alpha on TV, I need to know more about that. Just
Yeah.
yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's all solid rock, obviously, baked by the sun and all that. When you get down to latitude about 40 degrees north of the Martian equator, you're going to see some pretty interesting things, actually.
Like
For example,
what?
the Cydonia region.
Yes.
The Cydonia region has a counterpart region, and they're going to find that this time.
Really?
Yes.
Now, when you speak of Cydonia, you speak of the face on Mars and
And the city and the rail launcher and all that.
all that stuff.
Yeah, the rail launcher is most interesting to me.
How? Rail launcher?
The rail launcher.
That's a gun.
No. The rail launcher is a shuttle-type vehicle that was abandoned, and it's sitting on this rail inside a fortress.
A fortress.
A fortress.
This is a lot of the kind of stuff that David Oates talked about when he reversed the speech of the NASA guy.
This sounds like he took notes off of. What were you going to say?
Well, I mean, like it was a big thing in certain circles at this time. The face on Mars, the pyramids on Mars, the structures, as people were like, it went through a real vogue at one point. I mean, it's kind of always been around as cameras have gotten better that people find structures. I would actually hope we do a show on that someday, although most of the people who are into it are very boring, but I find the subject matter. I always love the, if you go into looking, it's the old pattern recognition or whatever, right? It's like You can look at a picture of just about anything, and it's
Oh,
like
sure.
looking at clouds, right?
Right, yeah, it's a pareidolia is the name of the phenomena that we just read patterns into.
You should probably see a doctor about that, Paul.
I feel like this is a guy who is into the conspiracy theory lores. There was no conspiracy. This sounds like what I would do now. I would look up the Mars conspiracy thicky wiki,
Yeah.
and pull up the buzzwords. And
Yes.
use and have a little checklist go on a bingo card, as it were, when I called Art Bellion, because Art's he hears his words that he likes, and he's
Yes.
getting more and more sucked in.
Yeah. There's things that he recognizes. Yeah.
Yep. He's using the right buzzwords.
Oh, yes.
So you're saying all of that is true?
Yes, but they remember all that comes from what they were thinking subconsciously, more or less. And it could get jumbled together. I'm not very familiar with that. I just heard it in passing at the time, but I don't recall that exactly.
Why would your bosses want this information out?
Because of what's about to happen next year.
What, pray tell?
There's going to be some, how should we say, major, extreme revelations next year. And everything's got to be in place for that happening. Meanwhile, pressure is building. By pressure, I mean orders.
What are you excited about?
I'm excited because Left-Handed Jedi made a reference to one of my favorite Doctor Who episodes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tom Baker one. It's mostly in an English manner, and then they go to a pyramid on Mars where anyways, it doesn't matter. That's good. It's a very good episode.
In the meanwhile, since we're paused anyway, we Sunsick, generous super chat for $5. Sunset, clearly a member of the channel, so that he can be a member of the Black Box Squad.
Didn't he join the channel just tonight?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I wasn't.
You saying he could be she, could be ballpoints in between. I don't know anything about
yeah.
Sunset,
Thank you, Sunset.
except that they're amazing.
That's right.
To throw it all out on the table right now, and I'm one that don't think it's appropriate at this time.
You personally don't.
No, I mean all of it right now. I'm all for the 98 thing.
So you're sort of dribbling information out to get people prepared.
Yes, but my greatest concern is they won't be prepared enough. And I'm troubled by what's happening.
You want to lay out your cards? I mean, what's going to happen?
You mean 1998?
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all,
What this shadowy government cabal, pseudo military industrial complex, whatever, the people really running things, Project Majestic.
Yep.
We want to start dribbling information out to the public because we're worried about the revelations that are going to happen come next year. So what we're going to do is get this person who is not a particularly effective communicator to call in on we didn't know it was going to happen, open phone line. We're going to give him orders. He has to call in. Not going to get anybody with like a degree in communication or like
no.
spin doctor or PR person. Yeah.
We're going to call into a show where people are unlikely, although that may be part of the strategy, is they actually don't want. They probably want some people to be able to dismiss the information as, well, it was just on the Art Bell show.
I guess you're right. See, I'm wheels within wheels. I'm too simple. I was playing checkers, Paul.
What they need,
They were
maybe
playing
just want this information to get out to the true the Gnostics, Dave, the true believers, the ones
Absolutely.
who have earned the special information.
The lone gunman.
That's right. That's right.
Because you crazy person listening to this at 2 a.m. in the morning.
Our special.
Yeah, you're not wrong and weird. You're special. And you're the only one who really understands that is a rail launcher on Mars.
You're the only, that's right. You're the only one who can handle the information about the rail launcher on Mars. So we want you to have the heads up.
Yeah.
In a way that the general public, the sheeple as they were, it'll fly right over their heads, hidden in plain sight.
Someday all the people who didn't want to dance with you, they're going to regret it because you knew what was going on the whole time.
I cannot wait until he gives us some specific thing that we can laugh at that didn't happen in 1998.
Yes. Yes.
More of the same, more dribbling, as you call it, for start. But then, of course, you mean the main material.
Main event, yes, sir.
Ultimately.
You bet.
Well, now that would take place on, see, what date would that be? I got a book over here. It's got it all laid out. You don't mind me getting it here?
I don't mind a bit. You go right ahead.
Just a second.
All right. We're talking to a current Area 51 employee, he says, and there is a book that lays out what's going to occur, and he's talking about 1998.
Okay, I got it.
All right. And then in 1998... You said you've got a date. Hear the pages turning.
Yep, got it.
He has a secret
July
book, Paul,
20th, 1990.
Yes, Dave?
the Americanomicon, which lays out the entire history of the United States of America
That's right.
from its inception in
No,
1776.
but not in its inception, into the future. Because he,
Oh yeah,
he has to
up
go,
until the year 2083,
right.
when the book just stops.
It's like that sports almanac in the Back to the Future, which was
Yes.
all of 80 pages.
Yes. Wasn't it? I thought it was. Man, it's been a long time
No,
since I've seen Back to the
it's a
Future.
tight, like when you watch it again, it's like that is not going to contain every individual baseball game.
I remember seeing real sports almanacs. They're like fucking encyclopedias. They're huge.
That was
like,
my go-to
thin
gift
print.
every year.
Yeah.
I got the NHL sports almanac, and it was like, a good inch, and it was just the stats from that year. Like it was not.
Yeah. If you're doing baseball, forget about it, because the stuff
Right,
they track,
exactly.
and there's 164 games in a year, and like
Crazy.
98. And
you got more
1998.
super chats, Paul,
Oh, we got more super chats. Well, I was.
including a new first timer.
Ooh, excellent. Oh, we do.
But I'm going to let you read because I don't want to try and pronounce that name.
This is Chrysolakzar Raz Kalozrik.
There you go. Good job.
No, Raz Kalozirk.
Raz Kalozirk.
This is so entertaining. You both
I
rock.
read a comic book where he was a villain.
Well, thank you, Chrysolakzar Raz
Raz Kalozirk.
I feel
Raz
like
Kalozirk.
that's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate you. Jay Victor also writes September 1st, 1997. Just 4 years away from the major
September
event.
11th.
The international release of Nickelback's second album, Silver Side Up.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
Jay Victor called it. Yep.
Jay Victor, yep, he knows what's the he's got the 401. He's got the he knows 411. 411. He knows what's happening.
He knows what's happening.
Everything
You
is going to
remember
be
the show
revealed.
First Wave, Paul?
Do I remember
Just
what,
this.
sorry?
The show First Wave.
Mm-mm,
It was
not
what
at all.
these aliens were coming, and the prophecies of Nostradamus were actually a guide to how to fix it.
Oh, okay.
And there was like this one guy and his goofy sidekick. And if I remember right, the salt was like the aliens' big weakness, or they got addicted to salt. It was, or no, was it sex? Because sex wasn't pleasurable for them. So when then they would inhabit human bodies. They were like, they would take over human bodies, but they weren't humans. And it was a fucking terrible show. Anyways, it was like one of those ones that was on like 2:00 in the afternoon on Space Channel or something.
I feel like someone walked into a pitch meeting and said, "Hey, we got a thing where you defeat aliens by having sex."
Yeah.
And someone is like, "Yes, this is brilliant."
Yeah. It's like that Rachel, who had the character, it was an SNL they'd always used to do. Who wants to make a motion picture?
Wants to make
Seth
Dana
Meyer
Carvey
was
played
the-
it. I think.
something,
Who wants to make a motion picture?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted me to make some movie about a magic kid and all his friends.
It was Rachel Dratch, I think.
It was Rachel Dratch. Yeah. I said they already liked it the first time I saw it when it was bed knobs and broomsticks. It was Harry Potter. We passed on Harry Potter.
All right, Olivia Williams.
Yes.
For $7 Canadian. I always thought the almanac would soon be useless anyway, as timeline events diverged. You mean in the Back to the Future films? I feel like nothing that Marty and Doc were doing were interfering with the sports ball.
I mean, you don't see them 24 hours a day. You don't know what they're doing.
It's true.
Maybe
But
Marty's spiking the water at the Yankee Stadium.
That's actually why, one of the reasons though why like sports betting in general works, because the amount of betting theoretically doesn't affect the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's actually why, I like it in time travel movies that incorporate gambling, because that actually seems to make that, or the lottery. It seems to make sense,
Right.
where like an individual buying a winning lottery ticket doesn't affect which balls are going to be drawn. Like it's
No,
just-
as opposed to like poker, where if you all of a sudden throw
Right,
$2 million
exactly.
in,
Yeah.
that's absolutely going to change everybody's.
absolutely. Yeah. All
Big
right.
Thing Flying Wayne has super chatted, Paul. This is how you remind me was an inside job. true. Yeah. It didn't, Vishanti. It didn't roll.
No.
I'm sorry.
That's actually, we'll see later on, but that's maybe also, look at this photograph also came from this whole thing. We'll see.
Look at this photograph. Oh, it's the many memes based on that. Yeah.
About what happened on July 20th, 1986 to July 26th, 1986, and how that relates to what is going on right now with the Mars material.
Apparently,
All right,
I'm
then,
too loud.
okay,
You're
we must.
I'm too loud. Oh, you're
No,
my microphone turned itself down. What's going on there? It does that sometimes. All right. Hopefully that's better for me. And
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let us back up. July of 1986. What occurred? What occurred then, please?
The culmination of the original plan, and we are currently in the 12th year of the new plan now.
What plan?
What plan?
Whose plan?
Whose plan? The Supreme Commandant.
The Supreme Commandant?
Sound familiar?
Vaguely.
Vaguely.
The Supreme Commandant.
That should be ringing some bells.
Is he talking about Hitler?
I don't know.
Who made a plan in 1986? Like, yeah.
It doesn't. Well, did he say when the plan was made? It was the culmination of the original
Oh, it
plan.
was the culmination of the
original
June.
plan.
Yeah, so that's true.
Yeah,
Maybe,
we're now in the
maybe.
12th year of the plan culminated in 86.
Right. So Supreme Commandant, we have a new character entering the fray.
I mean, could be Hitler. Could be Stalin. Commandant seems more Russian to me.
I'm guessing it's actually probably a deep cut from some previous art show that he's not remembering, but
Probably,
the caller is
and he's not remembering with this guy because he's throwing out.
Yeah, because the caller's like, doesn't that ring a bell?
Yeah.
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 Pun
No
intended.
pun
Thank you.
intended. Oh,
Do you recall any certain caller who might have called you on the Saturday morning, August 9th, during the night where you had the so-called MIB line?
Yes, I remember the MIB line, certainly. And as a matter of fact,
remember?
during the course of this very conversation we're having right now, I'm wondering why the men in black aren't moving in on you.
Oh, they can't.
Huh. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That sounds to me like the soldier in the foxhole says everybody around me might die, but I'm not.
Oh,
I'll never
I've
get
been in a
both.
few foxholes myself, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, it's that kind of psychology. What do you mean they can't get to you?
Because I tell them what to do.
You're that high in the food chain.
Well, unfortunately, it is a food chain, yes. Unfortunately for me, I'll occasionally learn the hard way. Since I did call you on that morning. I don't know if you recall or not.
Listen, these beings, are they?
Do you remember me calling? Listen, I got a different question.
yeah.
Love it.
I have some sympathy for art. So in my real job, in my day-to-day persona,
Right. Your OnlyFans page.
my only Daves. I will routinely talk to sometimes over 100 people a day.
Oh, sure,
different
yes.
people, right. On the phone is part of my job. And then sometimes people, and sometimes these are people. So like, let's say, Paul, you were someone who interacted with me in the course of my job.
Right.
So you called me, we talked for maybe 10, 15 minutes about whatever thing.
Right. And it was an important need of mine, which is why I called.
Yep.
And it may have been even some expensive number, some large amount of money,
Possibly. Yeah.
been involved.
And
so
then
for
3 weeks later you call and you're like, hey, remember me? And it's like, no, I'm sorry. I don't remember you at all. Yeah.
Right.
Do you want to see I got a Supreme Commandant here, Paul, actually.
Oh, awesome.
This is time for me to reveal more of my nerdy cred. This is people.
Oh,
It's kind of not in focus.
there you go.
There it is.
That's
I used
some kind of
to-
steampunk.
It was like a steampunk tabletop miniature game called War Machine that I was very heavily involved with for years. And this is actually a character named Commandant Irusk that was from the faction I played, which was very Russian themed. Anyways, there you go.
Nee writes with his member chat. These 5 words in my head. Are we having fun yet?
I don't think we probably are, Nee.
No.
Sorry.
We will, though. I promise that we will have
Yes.
fun if you and I can shut up long enough for things to happen on the show.
We're gonna do better.
as we are, or are they different? Do they look to be extraterrestrial in origin, even though they're
You mean at Area 51 or in general or both?
well, you said they're extra-dimensional, not extraterrestrial. So do they appear to be extraterrestrial, or do they appear exactly as we do in form?
Okay, this is hard to explain, but there's two levels. One level is if you knew what to look for, yeah, you could tell the difference easily. But if you say, oh, well, you know, so-and-so, you just pass them, you'd never notice it.
So they could be
So they're
wandering
like
around.
What's that?
I said, so they're essentially like Nova Scotians. If you know the signs, it's very easy to pick them out. But if you don't, they can pass in the street just like you or me or any, normal
That's right.
person. Huh? Shannon, you like that one?
You see them walking by, you have no idea, but they think. But you can tell because the Nova Scotian thinks that the past tense of see is seen.
A scene? That is to say, I seen it.
It drives me crazy.
It's like the old any group of 6 white males you see on the street could be Imagine Dragons, and there's no way to know, and that terrifies me.
I love it.
Yeah.
Our streets now, ETs, and I see.
Well, a few more than they used to be. There's about...
How about if I call them EDs? Extra dimensionals.
Yeah, but see...
Is this in a time where the acronym ED wasn't absconded by the good people over at
Yeah, because this would have predated
at the Blue Pill
Viagra.
Company?
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't catch on, Art.
I'm
I'm sorry.
supposed to say the Blue Pill Company, or did I just blow something? Are we getting demonetized now?
Yeah.
Damn it.
If you could grill one of them, let's say you had a best case scenario, you had them hypnotized, sodium pentothal, reverse speech, everything, and you got everything out of them, you would never find out who was giving them the orders. It's not me, by the way, because they're getting programmed from a planet in this timeline in space.
Why are you revealing all of this now?
Because of the amount of material that's going to be revealed next year would be unintelligible unless this was here first.
Lay it out first.
Right. In other words, I could talk for 10 hours, and we would have shit at the edge of the iceberg. That's just an example.
What is the purpose, then, of Area 51?
Now, it's got different...
I'm sorry, S4, or whatever you want to call it. In other words, what is the main...
chief reason.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now or in the past or both?
Yes.
All.
Yes.
Okay. In the beginning, it was simply to develop new weapons. America needed new weapons to counter the Soviet threat.
Right.
The reason, you ready? You holding on to your seat for this one? I don't think anybody knows this one.
Yes.
Okay, everybody in the Pentagon, but
Hold on to your seat.
Yeah. I got it, Paul.
hold on to their seat for this, and they're going to be hopping mad. The people from a planet called Lanulos.
Lanulos.
I think you heard that before, I guess. They came here.
See, again, he's disappointed. Art is not catching his references. That's my read on this call.
Yep,
Nulos is probably a deep cut from Art's catalog.
He's a little too self-satisfied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nulos, you know that one. Wink, wink, wink.
Wink, wink, wink. Nah, I don't. I don't, man. Yeah.
World War II, and they told the Soviets, you better look out, the Americans are coming after you. Then they come to the Americans and tell them, you better look out, the Soviets are coming after you. Then they go to the Soviets and tell them, here.
What, who?
Those sons of bitches, they're stirring the pot.
Yes, that's enemy of my enemy.
This is freaking office politics, man. I hate it.
The kind of missiles you're going to need, and then they go to the Americans and say, you better get ready, here they come, here are the kind of missiles you're going to need. We'll give you the advice on what to build with your own technology.
Sounds like they were promoting the idea of war.
Oh no, they knew the outcome. You can use primitive computer projections now to get some idea of some things, and they used computer projections of an advanced kind to determine
we used our advanced computers to say, well, what if the two biggest countries in the world were fighting each other?
But see, they knew they weren't going to fight.
That's
what he's saying. He's like, they knew, no. They knew there would never actually be a war because they're powerful CompuBrains.
We just needed everyone to create nuclear weapons.
I learned something this week. This is a complete non sequitur, but this just reminded me of it.
Yes.
So there is a deleted scene from Independence Day. You remember Independence Day?
I do.
Yeah.
Bill Pullman is the president.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Will Smith
So
and
when
anyway,
and Jeff Goldblum.
a
Yep.
cavalcade of stars, as they say.
Yes, indeed. So what would you say is the biggest logical inconsistency? The
Well,
problem, the biggest
the
plot hole?
biggest problem, the biggest plot point there is that they took
Yeah.
their little Macintosh laptop up
Yep.
there, and
Mm-hmm.
then say, "Oh, well, we've created a virus that will obviously the virus for my little MacBook is
Yep.
definitely going to work on an alien operating system and also be a
So
virus to that alien operating system."
here is the deleted scene
Am I
where a
correct?
scientist talking to them explains, "Oh, like we have had these alien UFOs for 50 years, and
Mm-hmm.
essentially all modern computing systems are based on technologies that we have taken from these alien UFOs, and all of our operating systems and all of our chips are slimmed down, recreatable versions, but it's like we are using their technology,
I see.
and that is why we can, in fact, make a virus that interacts with their computers because we have been
Okay.
studying their computers for 50 years."
I see.
And I'm like, why the fuck would you take this out of the movie?
Yes,
Why?
that's right.
You don't have the 45 seconds that no. This tight ship, this
Yeah, no, we needed to instead. We spent more time with Will Smith dragging a alien around the desert
alien
on a
through the
parachute.
desert.
Yeah,
Yeah, we need slightly overweight Brent Spiner, more shots of him.
that's right. Yeah,
And I'm just like, what this is like, this is absolutely a studio somebody being like, people aren't going to
blah
get
blah blah.
yeah, blah blah blah. It's like we need to dangle some more keys in front of them. We need another explosion. Let's go. Right?
Yep.
And I'm just like, I remember I saw it and I'm like, this is a thing they filmed. Like, why would you ever take this out?
Yeah, it does actually. Now that in retrospect, it actually makes the movie better. Now it was just
Yeah,
like me even
so
just
much
imagining
like
that scene.
that's literally everybody that like this is the problem. And I'm like, it's still kind of bullshit, but at least it's like we have acknowledged it and we're hand waving something to be like, no. This does work because blah blah blah, right? Like
Exactly. All right.
turns out the aliens, our Bluetooth is just them. We're using their
Mhm.
tech. So it turns out we can
Right.
handshake with their devices and everything's fine, right? Like, yeah. Anyways,
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm grateful for the anecdote, but we're falling behind, Dave. We need to get going on our because we
Yeah.
got to get to the meat, the juice.
The best possible outcome, and that they control the situation where you'd have a standoff. They needed desperately to have a Cold War standoff for 40 years. That was the plan.
Why?
To duplicate a precise same event that happened 3 times 19.5 centuries earlier on Atlantis.
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 Atlantis that was destroyed.
Where's the bingo card, Dave?
Yeah.
Atlantis.
Atlantis is on there.
You
Did he just say
think
5
Atlantis was-
centuries ago in Atlantis? I assume he means 5 millennia. Yeah.
I thought he said. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that's probably what he means.
To
Oh, people have discovered the Art Bell emoji.
That's a good emoji. Yeah.
Because there was no intervention or what?
Oh, no, there could not be any intervention then because there was no one in space. No one had traveled. Oh, yes, this would be an appropriate time to explain something. No, there is no intelligent life that evolved anywhere in the universe except on Earth.
I've thought that myself and even wondered about this planet.
Yeah, me
Have you
too.
watched? Because
I
that's
don't
super
believe
flies
you.
in the
This-
face of
yeah.
so many things I've heard you
That
say.
is a continuity error from most of the rest of your shows.
Yeah, I've thought that myself. Really? Yeah.
Especially in the last 50 years. And in a parallel universe, ditto. In other words, for every parallel dimension, I prefer timeline, you have only Earth evolving intelligent life.
All right. Well, I have no way of knowing whether one word of what you have said is true, but you said it well.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And you take care. There's our first area.
Very logic. Yeah.
Darren Marsh, you didn't super chat this, but that is the comment of the day. I love
Where's that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Check. Yeah.
it. We'll just straight upload that in.
That's very good.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Uh,
All right.
Oh,
So we got done the first caller. First caller so far.
51 caller. On my Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone. So give us something quick.
Okay. Okay. What we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They
Wait, so they're an earlier precursor
Of the
what?
space program. The space program. So
Oh, the space.
something.
So okay, so these aliens aren't precursors.
No. It's the because before NASA was NASA, it was the military, right? And there was various
Right.
projects
Gotcha.
happening going back. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well,
Yeah.
we may as well get to a couple.
We got a couple super chats we should probably do while we're here.
We got
Yeah.
one from Shannon. We got I miss Mel's hole. I bet this guy's never even vaporized a single dog.
I think you missed one from previous to that.
I
from
did.
Sunset.
I'm trying to deal with that. I got some technical
yeah.
deals I'm working with, but in the meantime, I
He
also
probably
have,
hasn't vaporized. Well, I mean, we can't say that for sure. Shannon maybe has.
we have is this caller champion? Is this caller campion? What is
Champion.
what's a campion?
I don't know what that means. No,
All right. Well, for some
but
reason,
you missed one previous from
I
Sunset.
know. I got Sunset. I know. And I'm having problems with the little window because
Do you want me to just read it out?
anyway, it says OMG, it's Brain
Yes.
Cramp's birthday. Here's $5
Happy birthday,
to
Brain
wish.
Cramp.
Insert pronoun here. Happy birthday. So happy birthday to my glass is empty. I need to refill. Happy
It's
birthday.
your birthday. It's your birthday. It's your birthday, boy or girl.
I need to.
There's a reference for everybody. You get that one?
I do. We needed the remember when it was your birthday and we had Kent Hovind singing
Yes.
the
Yes, we did.
the
The
birthday,
birthday
song.
song. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for the super chat and for alerting us to the birthday wishes. Oh man! Oh, and we got another one from Brain Cramp. So he says so they couldn't triangulate on his call while he was on hold. Well, they didn't know what he was going to say,
Yeah, to be fair, they didn't know who he was. There's no reason, they would
and
be.
somehow this guy being and then my graphic based, this guy being based.
And somehow this guy being chased. And he thought, oh, I should call Art Bell.
No, that's what he did. Because but this is so you couldn't. This was probably if you're getting chased, I feel like
Yeah.
this guy, he's desperately trying to get some information off his chest here.
Right. Yeah.
Even with the desperation in his voice, it's clearly like even if this is the last thing he does,
Yes.
he wants to get this information out to the public.
Exactly.
And just like the other employee,
Yeah.
what better way to do that than on a show where half the people will believe him?
See, Scotty Orange says there should be a rating system for callers. How many Mel's hole is this caller? That's a good. We should come up with a Mel's hole rating
Mel's
system.
Hole
Paul.
standard. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, to be
This
fair,
is at the top.
We've
This
only
is
we've
the,
only
whatever the
we've
scale
only,
is. This is the
we've
tippy
only
top.
we've only heard a little bit, so we need to. All right, this guy is clearly. in
Oh,
danger.
but before you start it, we might as well read. Brain Cramp has also
just
super
did.
chatted. Thanks to well wishes. Did you?
Oh wait, my little screen's not refreshing properly. There it goes. Thanks for the well wishes.
You're welcome.
I feel like this open source chat thing that I'm using is needs some.
Well, you should get our sponsor to write you a new one.
That's right. I may well do that.
I'll do that.
All right.
are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military, I'm sorry, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Surely
Discharge.
this guy was, read the what was the sequel to The Dark Knight Returns? The where all like the Justice League's there.
Oh,
and
but that hadn't even been written yet.
I guess that after Terrible, where there's only like they've. Anyways, carry on.
You interrupted. Now I got to back it up.
Sorry.
So that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Discharged.
I started getting.
Oh,
Well, this was.
so should we explain what just happened? Because
Go
this
for it.
was
Go
I
for it.
I was listening to this call when it happened.
Okay.
I will always remember this show. That's why this is. Art was knocked off the air. Like his show stopped. Completely was cut off. Which is why it was like you're listening to this and this guy is calling and freaking out and suddenly plugs pulled. Coast to Coast is off the air. Coast to Coast is never off the air. And so you're like reading, you're like, what the fuck is happening right now? And then it's like cutting back in and out and going
As you just heard. Yeah.
as you just heard. And so that's what has happened. I'm not going to say any more about what, behind the scenes or anything, but
Well, but
yes.
so did it happen to you? So it's my understanding that when this happened,
Yeah.
radio stations, they have alarms for dead air.
Yeah.
And so different radio stations actually then started switching to whole other shows.
Yes. Yes.
Because they were just
So
like,
there was like,
the
there
feed
was
is gone.
There was basically like a pre-recorded announcement thing,
Yeah.
like, technical difficulties. Weird, it's good. And I think if I remember right, they just cut to like an old radio play, like The Shadow or Bonanza.
Well, it's my
or-
understanding that different each. So
I'm
this
talking
is a
this was
syndicated
in
show.
this was in on the
the
radio
one where-
station I was listening
In the
to.
one you were
Yeah.
listening to, they just cut. So
Yeah.
it seems like in some markets they just cut to other pre-recorded Art Bell shows. Others
Mm-hmm.
went to other shows. Anyway, so let's. So eventually they came back. And
Yes.
so what you're seeing, what we have in this recording now is the time between when that happened and when they came back has been edited. So
Yeah.
So here we go. So now we will join in progress what happened later that night.
Yeah.
Certainly interesting. We are now on a backup system, everybody. A backup system. And that one caller that I had on the air, I guess we were about in the middle of his transmission, his telephone call, which was one of the strangest ones I've ever had. And the entire transmitting system by satellite went down here, and we were notified we were off the air. And it would appear to be from this end and some sort of massive transmit failure. So we are now using a backup system to be on the air. And not that I would normally believe this kind of thing, mind you, but I can't help but wonder if somebody zapped us in some way. We'll find out. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art Bell?
Yes.
What just happened there with the transmission?
Oh, well, what happened is the transmitter here blew its cookies in some way. Something knocked us off the air, and we're on a backup system now.
It's the government, or
I don't know.
it has to be something, though.
Well, did you hear? Now, you tell me because you were listening.
That was awful strange.
There was a really weird guy on the air when it went off?
Yeah. real weirded out.
Like going sort of sounding paranoid, schizophrenic.
Like crying and everything.
Yeah. And how far into the conversation was it when it went off?
Just a couple, about 15, 20 seconds, I'd say.
Oh, you
that.
guys missed. You really missed a call then, and I've got a feeling somebody didn't want you to hear it.
Yeah. Because it was really strange. All of a sudden, I'm hearing Mark Furman, and
That's right. Well, the network, of course, went immediately to a backup tape while we tried to figure out what blew up here. So that's what you heard happen. And then we're now on a backup link system to be on the air at all right now. So, well, I'm telling you. All right. Well, we will continue on with the backup system and go to work on the primary system.
So Alex is asking, was the coincidence of the sentence tree? Well, this is the thing. This show is the epitome, is used as like a test case for the epitome of, do you believe in coincidence?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you not?
Sorry. I'm just laughing. Sorry. Somebody commented, it's like, hey, your description's talking about Mel's hole. And I looked at the YouTube video, it's like, and sure enough, the description does talk about
Oh, well,
Mel's.
there you go. Yeah.
Whoopsie. Oh, there we go.
Who?
Yeah.
Why? We're an hour in. You don't be looking at the description now.
Yeah, that's true. It's been up for days. You think I could have looked at it at some point?
Yeah,
One time, I knew I'm a bad proofreader. Yes,
yeah.
I'm totally derailing the show. Do we? I don't know. Yes. Do we want to keep it going? Do we want to talk about what happened?
Sure. Do you have any input? I need more beverage. So chat.
So chat. I'll talk about. So here's what actually happened in the real world. September 11th, 1997, there was a well-documented solar storm. There was it took out a significant portion of the satellites that orbit Earth, like interrupted communications, didn't destroy them. A lot of radio stations went off the air at that time. It wasn't just art. This affected a lot of different radios. It just is pure coincidence that it happened right when this guy was on the phone raving about how people had needed to get put to safe places before, the aliens come kill everybody.
Or Dave, did the government take out lots of stations so that
to hide?
Because solar flares happen all the time and radio stations don't go down. So I've heard the opposite side is no, the government just used that. That was their excuse. And
they used some orbital microwave generator,
right? And they took down a bunch of. Well, no, the solar flare was a great cover, whatever. But the government, again, because not every solar flare takes down radio stations. The government couldn't just take down one show. That's too suspicious. You need to take down a bunch of shows so that people don't know that you're onto something.
See, there you go.
This particular show was one of those great divide questions you could tell from, like, what kind of person you are. Like, was this?
Yes. That's what your working theory is on what happened on this show.
Your worldview in general.
Yeah, will inform your take on this situation. Yeah.
So no, while the very scared, warning us of the problems, Area 51 guy. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
You heard it.
Yeah. Shannon
Q for $5. Yeah, what are the chances Art will be talking to a lunatic on any given day? The odds are bonkers. Yes, exactly. It's so rare.
Yeah.
Sure, for 5 hours a day, 7 days a week, he's talking to crazy people. What?
There comes a point, Paul, where it's like, is it? You got to stop thinking it's just coincidence or things, and have to start looking like, nope, this is, clearly nefarious forces are at play. Right? Exactly. Coincidence can only be stretched so far.
Nee apparently now wants to let us know that Wednesday was his 44th birthday. So, happy birthday, Nee.
Happy birthday, Nee. Congratulations to you also on not dying for one more year.
The skeptic that I am now maybe feels, though,
here we go.
I'm starting to wonder how many birthday wishes in a row am I supposed to hear? before I start thinking that maybe people are just taking advantage and wanting us to be, being wished happy birthday.
They're paying. I'll wish them a happy bar mitzvah.
And we don't need to see any photos of any cutting. We just get you happy.
Okay.
No, I'm thinking of a bris. Sorry.
Yeah. Like, what exactly do you think happens at a bar?
I'm thinking of a bris.
I wasn't going to get into it. I'll let
no,
Vishanti have that conversation with you.
So I'm in a different. I'm thinking of other things.
Yeah, Nova Scotians. Am I right?
Did they have to eject the core? Writes J. Victor. Yes,
that's exactly right. Yeah.
All right.
They had to recalibrate the main deflector to project a stream of anti-tachyons.
Yeah, because it's always tachyons.
It's always the main deflector doing something.
Well, ungodly legume, you've picked a weird time to send this one, but I thank you.
The unlucky legume.
Unlucky legume.
Yeah.
I send you this bribe in the hope that you will put the cute doggy back on screen. By the way, thanks for all you do, Paulogia. Your videos have made a major difference in my life. Well, thank you, Unlucky Legume.
Yeah.
I am so pleased to have had some sort of positive effect. So I appreciate that. And we will put up the dog who's moved over to the pillows, apparently.
Yeah.
Is now napping. So this
napping. Your dog hasn't stopped napping.
I didn't think this through very well.
Yeah.
When I do shows during the daytime, she's very active.
Yeah. I'll be barking and messing up your show.
Yeah. This is more of a nap cam. But whatever.
I'm deeply jealous of your dog right now because I would also like to be sleeping. I love all of you. I'm just perpetually tired.
Yeah. Well, apparently the chat is catching up to my many, many errors.
This is why we have backup system.
What?
We got one more super chat from Timothy Harmon.
Oh, Timothy. Look at you, Timothy.
Look at him go.
Your guess that people pay money to be wished happy birthday on a YouTube video is sad. Paul, very sad. What happened to you? Well,
yeah, good question, Timothy. What happened to you, man? You used to be cool. I'll tell you what it is. All this, so much of your time now is spent dealing with jaded people and people, trying to slide in weird little things. It's like you've lost the ability to just interact with normal people just having birthdays, right? You're always like, what's the agenda? What's the angle? What are you trying to get away with? It's like, nothing, man. Just 44 years old. Chill out.
Well, you're not wrong.
I tell you, live radio is weird stuff, folks. Anything can happen. And
it's not a super chat, but Michael Masaris made me laugh.
Oh, wait. I'll find
We're paying you for 4 hours. You stay up for 4 hours. Peace. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Start
this
the music.
is another perfect example of that. On the run, trying to get things done in a 5-hour program, anything can occur. And we have had, my transmitter has had a apparent massive heart attack, or something happened to it, or somebody did something to it. And I will not mention the alternative means we're doing to get accomplishing to get a signal up there right now, or to the network. Let me put it that way. But pretty weird, and it certainly occurred at a pretty weird time. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art Bell.
Yes.
We got more super chats. Yeah, that everything about that tracks. Absolutely.
Happy birthday, everybody.
I didn't witness that, but as he describes it, I'm like, yeah, that feels like something.
Oh.
As we discussed on my birthday show, you and I are absolute yin and yang when it comes to
that's true.
birthdays.
I wish I wish for my birthdays to be entirely unnoticed and unobserved.
Yeah. And I'm like, if I can figure out a way to get another dozen people somehow involved celebrating my birth, it's like we're gonna do it. Yeah. Scotty Orange, super chats for $5. Asks
First,
a
first
very...
we have the can
Oh,
first.
No, that's after Scotty Orange.
Oh, well, do this. We'll read this one first.
Okay. Alms for Mel's wishing hole. Happy alien takeover. Yes. Alms
right.
for the hole.
Here we have Scotty Orange.
How often did the show let prank callers get through the screeners?
Every
Do you want to take the
every
call?
day? Every day.
Because there were no screeners.
There were no screeners.
That's the thing. Art did not have screeners. So often, if you actually listen to the real show, we always do kind of edited versions here. We don't just play full raw.
So we'll see how well you and I do, how late this goes. But
Yeah.
you and I have discussed, we have read a retrospective on this episode.
Yes.
And I don't want to give more details about that just yet. But in the retrospective to this episode, where was I going on this? Oh, Art admitted that he talked about that first call.
Yeah.
That before the takedown. And he was literally saying, I let him go for 15 minutes because he entertained me. And
Yes.
he's like, I'm primarily an entertainer. I understand what I am. I'm primarily an entertainer. And as long as someone is saying the right things and saying it in an entertaining way and saying in a way that is keeping...
And not obviously taking the piss. Because he would. Like, if somebody was... And it happens. Like, people will call just to joke around. Art will just shut them down right away and be like, okay, well, you're not serious, and just, you're done. Next call. Right. Yeah.
And
or like you said with the call in, if you're an employer, people would be like, "This is what I think Area 51 is," and he'd like, "This line's for employees of Area 51."
I think
goodbye.
we will actually get a few of those if we get that far. But anyway, so that was. I mean, when you have a show that's saying it's the Antichrist line, call in.
Yes.
Statistically, at best, one Antichrist is calling in.
Yes.
So you're acknowledging that just by sheer numbers, not every caller is the Antichrist.
Oh, so. Timothy Harmon, I think we might have to, like, he's just paying now. No?
What? We have to see if we can get there.
If people...
Art will reveal it in the show.
Okay. We're gonna aim for that. Okay.
Yep. We'll see. No, and if we don't need to go into the wee hours of the night, but I'd like to see if we can get there. So it's a surprise.
Yeah, I mean it's early. It's early yet.
Yeah, it's early yet.
Early yet. So we'll see. We'll see if we might, because Art does reveal it on the show. Yes. Yep. So
turn your radio down, please.
This is Barbara in Kingman, Arizona.
I mean, you're not totally wrong, but yeah, don't have to say it. Wow.
My husband and I have a question about that interruption you had, and also about, was that person flipped out or
sounded flipped out to me?
Yeah.
But did it have anything? Did it have anything to do with our failure? It was I must admit, of all the times that it would go out, that was a pretty weird time.
Yes, Art. This is Mark, her husband.
Yes.
And our phone.
Give me the phone, woman.
You're doing it wrong.
Flipped out isn't a technical term. Don't ask that question.
Yeah.
Your phones went dead?
Yes.
At that same time?
Their phones went dead. I'm sorry.
Where are you?
We're in Kingman, Arizona.
Kingman, and your
We're on the other side of Area 51.
So your phones are now restored, obviously, because you're talking to me.
Right. And that sounded very...
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When it went...
Now, in 97, any solar flare activity stuff shouldn't have affected, like, landlines and stuff.
No.
So this wouldn't be connected to with the real world natural thing that happened.
No. Unless, I mean, like, the satellite uplinks, absolutely. So if you were trying to phone, like, maybe very long distance or transoceanic, where I don't have a fucking clue what telecommunications were like in 1997. I
was literally working for a phone company, but
you were, yeah. So I assume that phone companies were using satellite uplink at the time
only to some extent. Like, they were already using ISDN lines and fiber optics as primaries.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Fiber was already around by then. Yeah.
So, I mean,
But
although,
you can't run
but an area like Arizona, I'm just rethinking this now, and I'm trying to sober up a little bit in my head, thinking back to work. So in northern Saskatchewan, a lot of the phones, like in the more rural the area, we did actually still use radio satellite stuff. So I'm guessing in Arizona, I don't know if you've driven through Arizona before.
I never have. No, I've flown into Vegas and I've flown into Phoenix.
So if you've ever driven in Arizona, like those communities,
there's a lot of nothing.
Those communities in the late '90s probably had a lot of people still using radio tech for their phones. Now I'm actually, I'm rescinding my statement. They probably were. Yeah,
There you go.
because we were in Saskatchewan. So yeah.
Off. What were you hearing?
Oh, we have some super chats. Hold on.
We have a couple. Yeah.
Yeah, we have Left-Handed Jedi with $2. Thank you. A retrograde prospectus of divine importance.
When I first read that, I thought it said divine impotence.
Most of my channel is about divine impotence.
Well, I don't watch your main channel. That's
Clearly,
well established.
clearly a note. Yep.
I don't really watch that.
No. And Maynard Saves, thank you for your 10 months of membership. We appreciate you.
Oh, that's tremendous, Maynard.
Why didn't Jesus know about the Ark of the Covenant? Maybe he did.
I'm pretty sure Jesus did actually know about the Ark of the Covenant.
Paul mentioned the Ark of the Covenant for sure. Or actually, no, I shouldn't say Paul, the author of Hebrews, whoever that was.
I would assume that pretty much all Jewish people alive at that time.
I'm wondering if Maynard Saves is specifically referring to the fact that it will melt Nazis.
Well, I mean,
because why didn't anyone in the Bible warn the Nazis about the Ark of the Covenant melting?
Because they're Nazis. Why would you warn them about anything?
I guess so. J. Victor writes, in the 1980s, 89, I believe, a solar flare took down the power in parts of Canada. Well, here in Nova Scotia, if you...
That is true. That is, J. Victor is right. That is true.
Oh, okay. Here in Nova Scotia, if you say sneeze loudly, you might take down the power. If you do a lane change without signaling, you might take down the power. Yeah.
If you look at a power pole the wrong way.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly. If a woodland critter scratches up against the power pole, you're due to be down for a week. That's a week outage right there.
Would you say a critter?
Critter. I said critter.
Critter? Woodland critter? Yeah.
Savage answers in Yahwist. Cobra writes, AM band radio is more vulnerable to interference than most other bands. Okay. That makes sense. Although they're saying, we'll see how this plays out. They're saying that it was at the satellite level, but that may or may not be correct, as we will also learn. So,
yes.
Yep. And one last, I think. Well, not one last. There might be more.
Here's hoping.
Say 10 writes, toast to Paul, the best skeptic YouTuber and best paranormal YouTuber. Well, neither of those is true, but I thank you for feeding those delusions.
Absolutely, both of those things are true. Both of those things are true. Yeah.
All right. I feel like I'm not even in contention on that second one, but
no, I mean you really aren't. But although I do feel like if we could somehow get this show on the radar of like the paranormal cryptozoology like YouTube channels, that we would have an audience there.
All right. Well, we'll brainstorm that afterwards.
I'm just gonna kind of leave it up to you.
Oh,
that's my idea.
I was hearing the man talking, and he sounded like he was almost in tears.
Yeah.
And then I heard like a static interruption, and then you went off the air. It was just like zip.
Did you read this?
I read it. It's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Not that I get the joke because I don't watch your main channel, but still pretty good.
The Kenneth writes, divine impotence is a leading cause of divine hiddenness. Well, That,
Yeah,
I might use that one. I may need to make myself a little note.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
Take it down. If you want to just really piss off one of your guests.
I have an upcoming debate maybe on divine hiddenness. So
Ooh, or is that a secret? Can we reveal it on here?
I'm hoping no. So people on this channel. So Bobby, why can't I think of his name? We got Bobby. Bella's doing something over there.
Fix your microphone.
Oh, it's probably a ghost outside.
I keep it. Sorry, it can't be fixed. Everyone in the chat, microphone can't be fixed. So sorry.
Sorry, it just keeps doing it. Hi, Shannon. She's gone.
She's gone.
She can't hear me.
Where was I saying? Oh, I forget Bobby's name. Anyway, he and I have been making response videos back and forth to each other on divine hiddenness.
That baseball cap dude?
No,
Oh.
that is Cameron, and no, not.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
No, this is 1 minute apologist.
I know because I don't watch
Bobby Conway. Bobby Conway.
Oh, okay. Yes. He looks
a little bit. To me, he looks a little bit like Max Headroom, but
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bella's over there scratching now. Well, she's got. Look, we got action, but it's way over on the wrong side of the bed.
I guess we can just turn my mic down and then it'll be fine. And if your mic goes down,
because it keeps my little my interface to the microphone keeps literally turning itself down. So I don't know what's happening.
Does it constantly do it, or does it just turn it to a lower level and then just stay there?
Oh no! So it's deciding that when I crank it up that it doesn't like that. Like 5 seconds later, it self adjusts down and
So let's just turn me down and then hopefully it will.
All right, fair enough.
Be good.
You've been hot the whole time, actually, frankly. So
I don't know what it is too, because like my gain on my mic is way lower than I usually.
But you're coming through hotter than normal, so
I can turn it down even more.
It's a cavalcade of problems.
Look, people, we're trying, all right.
Hopefully, the good sponsors at AI can hook us up with good shit. So
yeah,
all right.
And then the phone went dead.
Too weird for me. And you're telling me that your phone went dead at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and my wife and I, we have been rock hounders, I guess you could say, looking for gold and rocks and things like that. And we have been up near the Area 51. And when we got, we had passed over.
We're up at Area 51 looking for gold.
Yeah. We have another super chat.
Oh, we do.
We got a couple super cats, 2 super cats now.
Super cats?
Super cats. I'm not drunk, you're drunk.
Is this the first one?
That's the first one. Timothy Harmon.
If the assassination of Bigfoot show didn't excite the cryptid freaks, nothing will. That's true.
See, this is what we're saying, Tim. This is what I'm saying anyways. I don't want to put words in Paul's mouth. The cryptid freaks don't know about it. We're not on the radar.
Oh,
I feel like
if
they did know, it would excite them, and I'm talking sexually. They would be all over this. But they don't know. They don't know, you know? So, and I feel sad for them. They're missing out.
And wow, very generous super chat from Melody Kate. Thank you, Melody, for $20 super chat. Ghost in the Nick, drink more. Cheers. All right, I will.
Well, I mean, we'll toast to toast.
All right, and we have another member notification from Quasi Meow. I'm here for the mics.
Yeah. You know, we're trying.
This is the most extensive sound problem I think we've had. So always something new. Most persistent. Okay.
For the Area 51 area, where it says no trespassing past this point.
You're not supposed to go past that.
Well, we did.
And you probably met Wackenhut.
Well, we met these people.
Wackenhut Security I think the people that still take care of security up there, and they're really efficient at what they do.
Wackenhut is just fun, a funny word. That's a funny word.
It's a very good word. Yeah.
Wackenhut.
Well, yes. They escorted us off the property,
I'm even wondering how much more I should be talking about this tonight.
and they escorted us off the property with automatic.
Automatic weapons.
Right.
Yep, well, that's the way it's done. All right, sir, thank you very much for the call. Dare I answer the line on my Area 51 line? You're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Oren?
Okay, are you an Area 51 employee?
At one time,
In the past.
in the past,
Years ago. Can you talk?
for a few minutes.
Tell us what you can tell us. In other words, instead of my asking you questions, just tell us whatever you feel you can say without having something awful happen to you.
Well, I've got myself fairly covered right now. About your interruption, that last caller,
Yes.
I don't think you're going to hear from him again.
I got that distinct impression. Now, you guys didn't hear the whole call because here's what was going on. Halfway through that call, or somewhere through that call, I have no way of knowing, we apparently went off the air. The transmit.
Good point. So we got cut off, but what was happening? Art didn't know they were off the air. So that call may have continued.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and clearly did, because our
Yeah,
talks about there was like stuff going on.
All right.
And
Well, let's hear what he says. Yeah.
Blew up or whatever happened.
Yeah, you got a pulse.
And my hotline was ringing, so I don't know at what point during that call we actually lost it. I don't know.
You lost it. He was just starting to, cry.
Yeah.
And the whole thing just went dead. It was when he was
And then how long was it before you got to hear audio again?
about 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I bet silence alarms went off everywhere, all across the country. Okay, anyway, listen, why do you think we'll never hear from him again?
Because he was on the phone too long, and he was right.
If you'd heard the end of the call, I'll tell you, I'll tell everybody right now. The end of the call, it got worse and worse. He was crying, and he screamed. He screamed, and the line went dead. And at that point, I think I went to another call, and I answered the hotline and found out we'd been blown off the air somehow. I've got a guest in the studio right now. He's confirming. He's shaking his head. Everything I'm telling you is exactly true. This guy screamed, and the line went dead. I wish you could have heard the end of it.
I can imagine the end.
In a way, I really I'm sad that we didn't get to hear that whole
Call.
I was almost used the word performance. I meant the word call. Yes.
Yes. That was
I get your reference, Bishante. Isn't that it's Beavis and Butthead, right? The movie. Anyways, you keep spoiling. You keep spoiling it, Bishante. You're ruining the end of our show. We got Maynard saved $5. If Paul, this is a question for you as a expert in all things religious. If the Ark of the Covenant was the seat of God, don't know what that means. Did Jesus ever sit there? Why did he not seek out that power it holds? Happy Croptober, everyone.
So, all right, let me. I need my Christian hat.
Yeah, put on your Christian hat. You need
So, let me put on my Christian conspiracy.
Now
hat.
I want to give you one of my fedoras, and that can be your Christian hat.
Yeah, that's right. So, do you guys remember? We obviously remember the couple episodes we had where Kent Hovind was on.
I don't remember.
Kent Hovind, the young Earth creationist. You've blanked.
I know who Kent Hovind is. I don't.
Oh, yeah. So
I don't remember ever hearing him talk about the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, Kent Hovind is a leading advocate of, and I'm trying. So Ron Wyatt. Have you heard the name Ron Wyatt?
I've not heard the name Ron Wyatt.
Ron Wyatt,
in many ways, I'm a terrible co-host for your channel.
He passed in the last decade or so, I want to say. Oh. And in Ron Wyatt's lifetime, Dave, these are his the archaeological finds. Not a trained archaeologist, mind you.
No.
He found Noah's Ark.
Okay.
He found the true cross of Jesus.
Is he so I remember reading and looking at the actual archaeological expedition on Mount Ararat where they're like, oh, we found iron deposits spaced blah 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 in the shape of a ship hull and blah blah blah. So we found the resting spot of the Ark. Yeah,
no. Ron would say that was bullshit. Ron wouldn't use those words, but Ron he found art. Ron found the real one. That one's obviously
Okay.
fake, Dave, because Ron
Okay.
found the real ark. He found the real. He found the chariot wheels in the Dead Sea.
Like of the Egyptian.
The Egyptian. He found the Egyptian
community.
chariots.
I see.
Ron
Okay.
also found the pillars that mark the passage that spoken of in Exodus. He found those pillars that Moses erected, and he also found, Dave. He found the Ark of the
All the
Covenant.
things you've mentioned, those are the ones that potentially, possibly could still be existing.
He also found the Ark of the Covenant.
Well,
now, let me.
good on him.
I will spare the guessing game and try and cut long story short. He found the Ark of the Covenant, Dave. Wouldn't you know it? Directly underneath the true cross of Jesus is where he found the Ark of the Covenant.
I mean, okay, wait. So like, where's the true cross of Jesus in this?
On Golgotha, of course.
Oh, it's still there. It's still long ago. So they just left the cross there.
Yeah, so he will. Some of it was left there, and so he buried that up and found the true cross. But if he kept going,
yeah.
And unfortunately, it caved in, Dave, and no one else but Ron saw it. But Ron saw the Ark of the Covenant right there, and Jesus's blood, Dave, was still on it, staining
on the ark.
On the ark.
See.
And and by Ron's theology, because proven by archaeology, his blood trickling down did end up on the seat of God. He absolutely did utilize the Ark of the Covenant power to resurrect and to forgive our sins. So
I see. Where did this seed of God thing come from? I've never heard of the Ark of Covenant.
So that was someone better in the Old Testament than me will need that. I've heard that as a euphemism. One of the, sometimes things get many names, right? And I think seed of God was one of the things that was the Ark of the Covenant, because it sat in the holiest of holies, and it was supposed to, the cherubim and were supposed to be framing it in such that it was quasi throne like, is my understanding.
I did once. Oh man, I can't remember where it was. Somebody made like a full recreation of the Holy of Holies and the.
That's my aunt.
That's right. Yes, it was a cornerstone. Like in the, going by, because it's not that big, honestly, right? Like the
right, but you need a whole farmer field for it. I mean, but
not this was indoors. This was indoors.
Oh, well, then that's not. Oh no, she did have a smaller. So that wasn't the life size one. That was
the one I saw. I believe was at Cornerstone.
That was the scale replica. At the Rostern Youth Farm, she has a full size one.
Oh, okay. Right, yes.
That is 1-to-1. The one that she brings to gyms and things, that's a scale. But yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, more super chats. Yeah, we could sit here for days with you explaining all this stuff to me.
Sure. We have Vishanti writes, reanimated Bloof only had half of the chromosomes.
Just like 3 super chats.
Oh, no. I just was excited about that one.
But
thank you, Vishanti.
I'm excited about it. Always excited to hear from Vishanti.
Let me go to. So we have. We have Skeptics and Scoundrels. That's the next one. Yep. Oh, and I have ones before that.
If Vishanti and I ever meet in real life, we will probably just talk about comic books for.
This isn't the right one, but it's the one I put up on screen. Skeptics and Scoundrels for $5. Its color screams art. Oh no. Anyway. Yep.
Yes, that is an excellent summation of our coast to coast. Yeah. Oh no. Anyway, there was also Nee had one before that.
Yep, this one.
Yes.
Fun coincidence. What do you think that
at Fort Hunter, Leggett, California, during Clash of the Titans, when Zeus threw the lightning bolt at King Acrisius, power went out for the rest of the night. Fun fact. Not going to read about that in your school history books.
That's right.
Yeah. And then,
Savage answers in Yahwist. Cobra writes, he's got 500 witnesses that saw it go off the air. That's true. Way more than 500.
Yeah, it's more like 5 million.
So this has to be true. Actually, I think I am willing to say, even as the real skeptic, I have seen enough evidence written about this episode that his show indeed did go off the air.
Oh no, that absolutely did happen.
That the show going
I
off
mean,
the air, I feel like is
for what it's
historical
worth,
fact is best.
anecdotally, I was listening to it. Like I said, I vividly remember because of the timing, because of the call. Like,
Yeah.
this happened. It was there, and it was like I was listening to the old 650. Paul knows the radio station I'm talking about in our hometown we're both from originally. Yep, and it was like Art Bell, and it's like, and then this other like thing comes on, and it's like, and all of a sudden I'm like, what the fuck is happening, right? Yeah, and it was clearly not some like thing because you're all of a sudden your local radio comes on playing its local programming, and this isn't just Art Bell doing stuff. You don't know what it is. Yeah.
And I didn't mean to yada yada over Vishanti's super chat. The reanimated blood only had half the chromosomes. I think this is in reference to Ron Wyatt actually collecting some blood of Jesus.
Oh, because he
he only had one human parent.
Because God apparently doesn't have chromosomes.
I feel like Vishanti, correct me if I'm wrong, that his claim that because he didn't understand how this worked, that instead of 23 pairs of chromosomes, that it had 24 pairs, like it had more. He thought that if it had more chromosomes, it was like more godly or something.
Like a Fifth Element kind of situation there, right? With
I'm hearing your mic sounding really weird.
My mic sounds really weird. Did my mic sound weird? Okay.
Let me know in the chat if Dave's mic has gone tinny and hollow and empty.
Yeah, Pega is saying Dave's weirdly tinny all of a sudden. Fuck, I don't know what's going on tonight.
All right, we got lovely sound stuff going on. Okay. Well, let's.
I sound fine to me. By the way, I watched Fifth Element within the last month. Still holds up. That movie's still fantastic.
Multipass.
The scene where, like, they bring Lalo back to life and like the thing, like the CG's a little, like you can tell, but it's like no, it still looks pretty good, and the movie overall is like
that's cool. Well, virtually none of it was CG, so
no.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, very easily. I used to work security problems for Site 51.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was one of the men they called to close gaps.
Excuse me, close caps?
Gaps.
Leaks. I am going to ask you a question.
Okay.
In the course of your work, doing that kind of wet work,
yes,
were you ever required to, or did you ever have to take a life in the course of your duties? Ooh. Don't let those silence alarms go off now.
Okay. Yes.
Well, do you regret what you had to do? Do you rationalize in your mind what you had to do because of national security, or how do you now feel about it?
Yes.
I love the questions Art asks. This is like Bill Cosby. Remember, kids say the darndest thing?
Yeah.
He would just ask like the most leading questions to get some 5-year-old to say something funny. This is like, so in the course of your work with this, did you ever? Yeah, that's all you got to do is say yes. I'll fill in all the rest.
Yeah.
Everything.
And he didn't even say yes. He just he left it too long, and Art was like, no. All right, I'm taking that as a yes.
Yeah. See, people are saying that's. You know what it is, Paul?
What's that?
Chat's figured out.
It's the AI.
An AI.
Yeah. We need to get to.
Friends, your
in the
pals.
future, we'll pump you through 11 labs, which
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
Which is a thing I use. All right. Suddenly, Mr. DNA rose from the stains on the cross. Yes. The Mr. I'm hoping that's a Jurassic Park reference.
It's a baby dinosaur.
Well done, Scotty Orange. All right, Jay Victor writes, Dave's simulation audio is glitching. Yep, that's right. This is how we know it's not the real Dave.
Yeah. This is how we know the Matrix is real, because they can't fucking get it right all the time.
Is there something you can kick or reboot or like smack or I don't know what's happening.
I mean, I banged my receiver. Did that help?
Well, for the fawns, that would have worked. Not so much for you.
My good old, I still have my Roland quad capture that I
Oh, do
bought
you?
back. Yeah, it's still my my main audio interface. Yeah.
That one didn't last for me. Anyway,
Did you have a Roland? I thought you had the one that was from the bigger one that came from our mutual
was that
friend.
also not? Was that not also a Roland?
I don't think it was. I can't remember what brand it was.
Okay.
It was like an 8-channel or something like that. Mine
It
only
was.
had-
It was crazily overpowered, but also didn't last me very long because it was
No, because that was like
or
actual
whatever.
studio gear that was
Right,
like hand
exactly.
out stuff. Yeah.
But if not for all those donations, look, in early days I was donated some equipment, and my channels wouldn't exist without the generosity of
Yeah.
people who gave me their third-hand sound equipment. So appreciate.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I
Can
gave
us?
my old mics, didn't I?
Oh, yes, you did. Well, this mic
Yeah.
this mic you gave me, and it's the only mic this channel has ever had.
Is it still you still using it?
Yeah,
Well, to be fair, I'm still using. I think
Yeah.
you and I have the exact
the
same.
same thing. It's
type-
C2.
Yeah,
It's
the old
yeah.
C2.
Yep.
All
All right. But Shannon has been through several microphones, and I'm actually envious of her microphones. But it's like, well, this one's so expensive that I just need to.
Somebody was selling locally on like just Facebook buy and sell. It was a Shure. Frick, I can't remember the brand. It's like an $850 mic, and they're like $300. And it's still new in box. I've just had it for 2 years and never used it. I was so tempted. I'm like, I don't need this, but that's such an insanely good deal. I feel like I'm stupid not to get it. Anyways, I could talk. There's a bunch of audio stuff I could talk about here. I'm not going to. We should read some of these super chats, Paul.
But we will. But I actually want to notice that the chat has noticed, and I can notice your sound actually did suddenly get just back to perfect.
When I banged my
Yeah.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
Well-
so here we go. Anyway, Quasi Mieo writes, can us latecomers get a 10-second recap? Dave's mic sound like it's out of bloof. We're
sorry, Vishanti. That's just the
bloof
thing
is
now.
the new word now.
Bloof is the new word. Yeah.
So 10-second recap. So it's Area 51 caller night. Art wants Area 51 workers to call in. We had on the second Area 51 caller that we heard, the entire system of Art's show went down. The caller was tearfully and fearfully warning that the major centers needed to be evacuated because something very bad was going to happen, and then boom, the whole show across the entire world went down.
Went off the air. Art was off the air. Yeah.
And now we are hearing Art came back later in the evening on emergency systems of some sort, backup systems, and now what we are hearing along with them is the sort of the aftermath of that call. Is that a good recap?
That's a pretty good recap.
That was way longer than 10 seconds, though. You know who would have given me a 10-second if you asked for it? AI.
Yep.
AI would have been able to give us a 10-second recap.
It probably would. Let me tell you something about AI. It is verbose.
No, but if you ask it for a maximum word length, it will do it.
I guess that's true. I cut out probably 3/4 of the ad. So that was an AI written ad that I read for you. That was ChatGPT. I just said, write an ad for a podcast advertising AI and how it is superior to a human host. Obviously I tweaked it myself, but it was like 3 fucking pages long. Like it went on forever. It's like, Jesus, ChatGPT, take it down a notch here, buddy.
But that said, I've used AI on this show a few times for like writing the Mel's Hole recaps and stuff. And literally, if you give it a word count to fit in, it will to the word make sure it fits in the word count. So
I've never thought of that.
Yeah. We have more super chats though.
We got
have
so many
Shanti for $2. Effed up toast to toast audio.
Skill issue.
Skill issue. Yeah.
It's a pft. Yeah.
My Wave XLR is just it keeps I just turn it up and then the 1 second afterwards it turns itself down. I don't know what's happening tonight. Fine.
I could bang my Roland quad capture.
Yep.
Go, you do your thing.
So we have Jeremiah Coleman with a super chat. Writes bedtime. Sleep tight, everyone. Well,
night,
Jeremiah, I hope that you will tune in the morning and catch up with the stream and find out what we learned. Eddie Dean member for 3 months, writes,
Mhm.
the cause of Dave's mic's issue is past Area 51 doing its thing to disrupt today's broadcast of our show. This is why didn't we think of that, Dave?
Yeah. You
It's
think they
probably
just
it's probably those
time
Area 51 folks who
time is
want.
just a direction to Area 51,
Yeah,
man. Yeah.
absolutely.
For Dave
Okay.
off and on. Quick, Dave. What are your turn offs and turn ons? Mark, I would get us demonetized if I started talking about that.
Let's
We'll
not.
just move on.
Do you carry
Watch
guilt
previous-
because of it or what?
Some, but I believed in what I was doing.
Yeah, I guess you would have to. You couldn't do it, could you?
No, there came a time when I walked away. But when I was doing the work, I believed wholeheartedly.
All right, listen, I don't want to keep you on the line too long. I learned one hard lesson tonight already. Okay?
Yeah, well, like I said, I've got myself covered.
I hope that's so. You take care.
You too.
Right. Weird. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, Art, this is Vince in Chicago.
Hi, Vince.
Oh, that caller that, when you had the blackout there, we heard about 2 minutes of it in Chicago, and it sounded pretty scary. It sounded like that guy was a little scared. And I know he
A
had
little scared? You should have heard the end of the call. I mean, I got to complete the call here. I really shouldn't say that. He screamed at the end, and the line went dead. And then everything went dead. Well, actually, it went dead before that. I just didn't know it.
Yeah, we heard about 2 minutes of it, and it was, there were some clicks in and out on somewhere in the transmission, like it was going dead a little bit. Then it was dead over here in Chicago for, almost 2 minutes of dead air. And it sounded like he was really losing it. And he mentioned that something is going to happen, and
Yes.
no one's telling us what's going to happen.
That's
and
right.
What you want to tell us what he might have said at the end?
At the end, he was saying he was on the line too long. At the end, there was a scream, and the line went dead. I'm just telling you what happened. And, of course, at that point, my hotline was ringing. I was getting real busy because we were off the air. So, the network was telling me we were off from this end. And so I was, at that point, contacting people and trying to establish a backup system, and they were running a Mark Furman tape. And so that's where everything ended. I stopped listening and stopped functioning as I normally do at exactly that point. So
that was a good call, and that's one that might have to be played again. Maybe I'd like to hear it again.
Well, you know what? It can't be, except for up to the point where the network lost it.
Oh.
In other words, I don't, as a matter of course, record here. The network records, but they would have only recorded up to the point where it went dead. Now, I'll tell you this, I would like to hear it myself. So when we get everything back to normal, I'm going to have the network play that back so I can hear it.
Do you think it was legitimate?
I really at this moment can't say. I find it rather strange that everything failed during that call.
That was weird because I was playing with my dial, wondering what happened if something was wrong with my radio. There was dead air for a good 2 minutes.
Man, that's serious for WLS in Chicago. 2 minutes of dead air.
Yeah. Another thing, that first caller, the first Area 51 caller, it seemed like that guy had a lot to say.
I agree with you.
I think he should call back.
That guy had a lot to say.
Yeah, most of it was nonsense.
Because he had his list of keywords he needed to hit.
Yeah. Remember this, Art?
Remember Planet Luba Luba Duba?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
You may recall a call from Saturday of this date. That was me, Art. Do you remember that? No, I don't. I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was me. Okay.
That's disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Time. I think he's got a lot to talk about.
Well, we've had a lot of strange calls tonight.
Well,
yes, Dave.
Have you ever, in your various fields and goes, been involved in any kind of live, other than this stream right now, the only stream on YouTube, like a theater production or a broadcast in a professional capacity, something that was like a live thing?
So we did the Rose Bowl coverage.
Okay.
When the first time the 501st Legion was like part of that. Let me think. What else? Professionally alive. No, because when I was on Hockey Night in Canada, those weren't live. I've been on the news a few times.
So I remember feeling how Art going is like, yeah, my head wasn't there in this caller when we found out and going. Yeah. So I used to do sound engineering for live things. I remember one time I was doing a
Oh
show.
well, I guess I led worship team for decades, so I don't know if that counts.
But I mean, so I was doing I was at Centennial Auditorium. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was for. This was something that was being broadcast, and I wasn't the main sound guy. I was like the second sound guy.
Yep.
And during rehearsals, the Saskatoon Symphony Orchestra was playing during this thing, but they weren't there for rehearsals because it's just too expensive and too we're not paying the whole fucking orchestra to be here for rehearsal, and we trust them to know what to do, right? So I think it was Pachelbel's Canon was playing at some point, right? So while during the live broadcast, this is being broadcast on television.
Yep.
And right before the symphony starts playing, the recorded Pachelbel's Canon that we used in rehearsal started playing, and nobody could figure out how or why. And the orchestra is absolutely losing his shit and just glaring at us and everybody. And this is going out, and just the panic and the I'm like, yeah, I can feel if you're there, if you're like on an odd broadcast. This is just local TV. If you're broadcasting to millions of people, and it's like, oh yeah, your show's off the air. You are not.
No.
Being like, what was that caller doing? You're like, oh my god, what's happening? What do I have to do? What's going on? We need to find this. I guarantee people were calling Art, like whoever was on the other end of whatever satellite uplink he has. Just like, hey,
for sure, absolutely, yeah. That was.
It would have been absolute panic for a couple minutes as everybody's like, what's going on? Yeah.
Should have done this a long time.
Story from the past.
Fun story.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. On my Area 51 line, you're on the air.
Hi, yeah, I'm calling from Rochester, New York.
Where?
Rochester.
Rochester, New York.
Yeah.
Are you an ex-Area 51 employee?
No, I'm not, but I've got some valid points.
Well, then you're going to have to make your valid points on another line. Now, this is a special line. Only Area 51 employees call this line. So contact me on one of the other lines. All right? All right, thank you. See? You can't cheat. The rules are the rules. I got another fax.
See? There you go. This is just a hard line. It's like... I did work in Area 51, but I have valid points. It's like, yeah. Screw you.
A moment ago saying, Art, during that exact moment that you went off the air, the counter on the website jumped by about 300 and you went over 5 million. And I just checked it out. I'm on my own website right now, and he is exactly correct. We went over 5 million. Now, I wonder if I go to my own live studio cam, which is not live right now, what the last picture taken was before all of this began to happen. And I'm looking at it right now. Here we are. Interesting. You can see me on a telephone, and you can see my mystery guest in the background. Before the program is over today, I will tell you who he is. But you can see the catastrophic moment was captured in the last studio live cam shot that we sent to the net, and you'll see me sort of panicked on the phone, and you'll see my guest making notes like crazy. Man, what a night. Broadcast. There's nothing like live broadcasting in the entire world. There's nothing like live broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing. Now, I just talked to my boss at the network.
I just want to go back for a second. Remember back when websites had counters?
Yeah.
So this is 97. You would have been full on. Yeah, we had a counter, and it went to 5 million. It's like counters.
To be fair, YouTube still does.
No, but like a GIF. These were counters.
Oh yes, I remember it would be like some kind of rotating, like animated, like turn dial thing, and it would be like,
that was actually the technology of how it worked, because there was no JavaScript in browsers yet. There was like no cookies. There was no anything that you could really do session-based tracking. So someone had just come up with this idea that they created this thing on the server side, on the Apache side, that every time this GIF got referenced, it would make a new GIF.
Yeah, make a new GIF and just update by one, and that will give you an accurate count of how many people have viewed this.
It's just and up to 5 million. It's not an accurate count at all, because it's just how many times that GIF has been asked for.
Yeah,
but so I mean, it was close enough, approximately, I guess. But I remember those days.
I did have guessbook. Man, I miss the web of the '90s in a lot of ways. It was it was a much friendlier
A
place.
simpler
in so many
time.
ways. It was a
Yep.
simpler time, you know. It was before we all goddamn lost our minds. Yeah.
Alan Corbett, and he said, you know, in 35 years of broadcasting, this is the weirdest event that I've ever heard. And I second that. There are presently engineers racing to the network, probably already there at this hour. And so it's pretty weird. This whole thing is pretty weird. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this last photograph up that was taken when we went down off the air, and you'll see me with a white phone.
Yes.
You ought to do?
What's that?
You ought to look at that photograph.
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
See, it's all coming full circle.
It's all coming full circle.
Oh,
Stupid horror energy.
Oh
with a
my!
Generous super chat. Thank you. I'm
Yes.
giddy with delight, seeing what's to come.
Also, I
Don't-
assume getting with light with the current antics that were.
Yes, but also, don't spoil in the chat because some people may not want to be spoiled with what's happening. So,
Phone line.
Shanty's dropping spoilers all night.
Which is my hotline, talking to the network, and you will see my mysterious visitor making notes, like scribbling like crazy, because we were off the air, blown off the air somehow or another. Now, will I stop taking Area 51 calls? No, I won't. Will my link go down? It might.
Screw them.
So, folks,
Screw the government.
no guarantees about what is to come, but hey, what the hell? You only live once. On my Area 51 line, see, I won't stop. You're on the air.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
How you doing?
Well, you're listening, right?
Yes, sir. Security.
This is what they make backup systems for.
Well, right on. I'm security.
For Area 51?
For Area 51.
Currently?
Currently.
Aren't you risking quite a bit by talking to us?
Oh, no, because professional cleaners, they dig a lot of holes in the desert.
God. Professional cleaners?
Yes, sir.
Cleaners. I don't think I like that term. What do you clean?
Well, I use a lot of acid, and I dig a lot of holes.
And you dig a lot of holes.
Yeah.
And I bet you...
this guy's must work with that. They already had a call very similar to this. The last guy said he was.
Sometimes the aliens have to give him a gold coin per body he has to get rid of.
That's right. That's how that works.
Very convoluted and very vaguely defined system. Yeah.
Are you watching Continental already?
I haven't started yet.
Okay.
Was gonna actually start tonight, but
All right.
this.
Fair enough. So apparently Shannon is no longer eligible to do something with the dog. So I will be right back. Should I let it play?
Okay.
Or do you
Yeah.
want a riff?
Well,
right.
we can do either.
I'm gonna let it play.
Okay.
Don't let the little things bother you, huh?
No, you can't.
Oh, God. Let's see. How can I dredge the truth from you? How can I know you're telling me the truth?
Just a guess. I don't know.
In other words, we just got to listen and believe, huh? Got any idea why I was tossed off the air like that?
I have a good idea. We worked with some things, some different satellite operations in the Gulf War where we cut down certain transmissions. I have no idea what happened tonight. I wouldn't want to say what happened tonight, but I don't think the caller will be calling back, although I had nothing to do with that.
You're the second one to say that.
Well, something's been done.
Obviously.
Something's been done, and things will continue to happen for national security. I mean, people need to know certain things on a need-to-know basis.
And otherwise they don't need to know them, huh?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the call. So there you go. See? It is true that, and my boss, believe me, is not given to conspiratorial thought. Certainly not the way I play around with it. But look here. That was one of the weirder calls we've ever had. Nothing, I guarantee, was staged. It just happened. And I have never seen, in all the years I've been broadcasting, the kind of massive failure that we've got right now. I still have no idea, by the way, what's occurred. They're accessing my transmitter by modem, trying to figure out what's occurred. And we'll let you know. But I've never seen this kind of massive failure ever. And as you well know, we've been broadcasting in this manner for years and years and years and years, reliably. Save one time when a rat threw a wire through, but it's not that this time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello,
Bill.
Yes.
This is Steve in Greenville, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
The caller that came on, the guy that was pretty scared.
Yeah.
He he came on, and he was kind of ranting and raving about how scared he was, and he said something about they're going to triangulate pretty quickly.
Yes?
Then he was tore up and almost crying. I thought it was going to be a crank call, because I thought at any time it was just going to be a crank call.
No.
Until he said that something about natural disasters that are going to happen, they know all about it, and then they're going to, destroy it. They want this because they want the cities destroyed to make the people more controllable.
Okay, and that's
when he cut off.
That's when he cut off. Yeah, I got that in the facts.
And then there was what this guy just said. Some other, you were off the air for just a second or two, and then another sound in the background. I couldn't tell if it was him yelling or disconnect or whatever, and then you were...
You heard that too?
I heard something.
Oh, did Paul stop? Is Paul back? Blinking eyes?
Kind of. What's up?
It's not you got a card. Okay.
What?
Nothing. I don't know.
Nothing?
We had sound stopped. I have no idea what's going on. Is Bella there?
Oh, I'm still dealing with Bella stuff. Did you were able to hear some of the Art Bell show though, or not?
Oh no, I heard a bunch of the Art
Okay.
Bell show. There's a lot of stuff they're talking about. What's happening? There's just because this guy's got a lot. I think there's a super chat we've missed. Timothy Harmon for $2. Yep, I think he means he does a lot of acid. I mean,
instead of working with acid, maybe that's what he meant.
So I don't know if this is the appropriate venue to get into this, Paul.
Probably not.
But I'm gonna. So here we go. I'm going up to a cabin on vacation, going up to Cabin Lake, northern Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
Right. Beautiful, beautiful country, lakes everywhere. Next week, got a vacation all next week. And we got a big cabin booked with like 5 bedrooms, and me and multiple friends are going up there. One of my friends bringing up a bunch of mushrooms. Right? You should try shrooms.
Okay.
Do we want to talk about this on here?
You can.
I've never tried mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
I have tried LSD. Not an enjoyable experience.
Okay.
For me. Some people I know, fantastic.
Yep.
Had very bad experiences with a couple times. And this was, I don't know, 25 years ago, something like that, right? So it was like, nope, done with psychedelics of any kind because this is absolutely, absolutely horrible.
Gotcha.
But I mean, I also, again, it's like, it's shrooms, and the LSD and shrooms are a whole different, it's like Vicodin or Tylenol 3 and heroin, right? Like they are not comparable things. So I'm kind of like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's give it a try. Let's see what happens. I don't know. What do you think? Oh,
I think you absolutely should try. That sounds
like saying
it seems
no
like
really
it seems like the safest possible. Like what I've never. So I also have never tried. So, but I feel like what you want is to be, again, with people around you, and an environment where you're just gonna be okay. And
I mean, we're it'll be in the cabin. I'm gonna be relaxed. It's gonna be a good time. I'm gonna have my friends around me, right?
Now there are lots of movies where people are out in the cabin in the woods, and things don't work out so good for them.
Lots of movies, or one particular movie?
Well, there's literally a movie called Cabin in the Woods.
I mean,
but there was a anyway, Dave Bautista was recently in one.
Yes, that's an interesting movie.
I like that movie.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called though.
But and actually, Dave Bautista, probably his best acting performance in anything.
He's got a couple good
but he's good at comedy. So I think directors have figured out he's really good at comedy. But that role in that cabin movie was in no way funny.
No.
So,
And I feel like he's been done a disservice by some of, not James Gunn in the Guardians of the Galaxy, but the other directors that like use Drax and some, and they're like, I don't know how to use this guy. He's just really stupid.
right.
Go, and it's like, and he thinks if you hold still enough, you're invisible.
I mean, he
It's
was
like,
also good in the Glass Onion movie.
yeah.
So,
Even
but
though
that was very much a Drax like performance. So I just felt like the Cabin movie was like the most different.
Yes, that was a good movie though. I like that movie a lot.
Of course, yeah.
Speaking of, I had a conversation with somebody this week, a coworker, about Midnight Mass.
Oh, okay, yeah, I love that. Well, I don't know if I loved it, but it was super thought provoking.
A lot of like just monologues and talking in that movie, and I'm just like, it's not a movie, and
it's yeah.
Okay, just never mind.
Never mind. Also, on Hulu / Disney Plus right now, there's a movie called No One Will Save You, something like that. It just came out this week. It is a cross between Silent Place. What's that John Krasinski movie? Quiet Place, and the third act of Signs.
Oh yeah, okay.
Super, but it goes on from there. But that's the premise, and it's delicious. There's 2 lines of dialogue in the whole movie, but it is like, so they just had to do like visual storytelling and to make the states. It's great. I loved it, and because my expectations were low, and now I've ruined it for everyone because I've raised your expectations. But if you wanted to say, hey, we're going to start the movie with how Signs ends, and then keep going,
What are your thoughts on Signs, Paul?
Mixed. I liked it, and I've
I really like Signs. I still do, and I'm not.
It's better on rewatch. I remember the first time watching it, sort of fresh off of still thinking that Shyamalan's got to do a crazy twist ending and blah blah blah. I didn't love it the first time I saw it, but I think every time I've watched it since, I've appreciated it more. So,
good night, Vishanti.
Yes. Now we're way off the rails.
It was never about the aliens and the twist. It's about the family and the relationships.
It is, and that's similar to this movie I was just describing.
Yeah,
It's got
a lot of
aliens,
things I really like in Signs, but
it's not about aliens.
Oh, I fucking love Constantine. I think we both love Constantine. Don't we?
We do, absolutely. Yeah,
they're doing a sequel. They were talking about it.
Well, I would not bet any money because they started that talk before James Gunn took over.
Yeah, I can see that being a thing that James Gunn would be for, though.
Maybe, but not. He's got his hands full right now, and I kind of feel like overextension is not what they're looking for. So,
sorry, I'm reading the super chats.
Yeah, can we read the super chats?
Let's read some super chats. Yeah.
So this one here from Nee.
Yeah.
September 97, Bill Clinton got a hell of a wake-up call.
Yeah, I sure did.
We got, I think, is this next one?
Then we got 2. Yeah.
Quasimodo, careful with the Norwegian shrooms. They're strong AF.
Yeah. Don't worry. I don't live in Norway and not dealing with that. Yep. And then Quasi meow.
was this the good night?
Yes. Remember that time Vishanti
said bloof?
I do remember that vividly.
It's like it was yesterday.
Like it was yesterday. That was the flashback.
That's right.
Music.
Yes, from Wayne's World. Okay.
Yeah.
I need to go check on my doggy. Should I start the show again? Or are you
I
riff?
guess. Unless chat, is there something we want to talk about, chat? They're 30 seconds behind. We'll talk with chat. You go deal with
in, and I couldn't.
Fine, you chat with chat.
I'm going to interact with chat. You go beat your dog. Blue. So, all right, chat. Since Paul's not here and I can talk about whatever I want. Who here. Okay, I got a question for chat. It's a question for chat in general. If you could see any band from any point in history performing any tour, concert, album, who would you see? Throw it up in chat. You want to see, Led Zeppelin? You want to see whatever? Oh, Sunsick, free will versus determinism. Oh boy, we're getting philosophical here. I feel like free will is probably an illusion, but it's really fucking depressing to really dwell on that. So I choose to embrace that free will is a real thing that we all have, and that we have free choice, and it isn't just chemically predetermined by our upbringing and genetics. Is that I'll just stand on that. Yeah. Song United. All right. What do we got? Dave isn't drunk at all, huh? Yeah. The Wall. See, Eric, that is my answer also. My personal one is I would see Pink Floyd perform The Wall on one of their original 4 concerts of The Wall. What else we got here? Queen. Very good. Daft Punk Alive 2007. That'd be fucking amazing. Kinks. Dead Milkman 1998. Very good. Pearl Jam. I've seen Pearl Jam a couple times. Bob Dylan. Blackbriar. I'm not familiar with Blackbriar. Olivia Williams. What kind of music is that? Pink Floyd. Rita McNeil and the Men of the Deep. That would be good. Hillsong United. Yeah. Queen with Freddie. The original Live Aid. Yeah, that would be freaking fantastic. Zeppelin, Beethoven, Joy Division, Dark Side of the Moon. We're talking about if you could see, Paul, any band from any time in history.
Oh.
Any musician and any concert. Who would you see?
I feel like
you could see like U2 on the Joshua Tree tour. You could see, Led Zeppelin in their heyday. You could see, whatever you want. Whatever you want to see.
So
the Beatles when they're doing clubs in Hamburg before they get big. Yeah.
Right. My first instinct, weirdly though, was like, wouldn't I rather see Mozart?
I mean, would you like to see Mozart or Beethoven or Schubert play live?
Right. Just because the time travel experience there would have so many more things going with it, right?
Yeah.
So,
and I mean, you can see video of like Queen or Led Zeppelin, a lot of these things.
Yeah, right.
You cannot see video of.
Right.
Your audio is grossly out of sync, or is that just to me?
Not sure.
Like by like a second more.
Well,
maybe I'm crazy.
The whole whenever, unfortunately, if I ever need to go chase my dog into the yard, then everything goes haywire. So that actually really sucks. But anyways, we've been away from Mel for quite a while. We should get back to it. But did we miss super chats or not?
We did. Let's see, because there's
I see one from
Loof. We got that one. I do remember.
I see Sunsick. Cheers, Dave. Thanks for the reply from Sunsick. That's the one.
I do my best.
And good.
I missed
we got it.
Cool. Check, but I try. Yeah.
In my car right now calling you. I've been trying to call to tell you exactly what I heard, and because I focused.
Awesome, saw Misfits play with the Beastie Boys when they were still a punk band. I still have the T-shirt. I would pay good money for that T-shirt. Those are 2 bands that I very much love. Anyways, back to this.
It was so weird. I thought it, like I say, it was going to be a crank call, but then all of a sudden, he really, that when all this happened, made it sound pretty real. But something came back in with some other conversation. It went back out for like a minute and a half, and then your opening theme song,
yeah, that's when the network brought up my theme. That wasn't coming from me. That was coming from the network.
Right. It played for about maybe a minute or a minute and a half, and then all of a sudden, Mark Furman's talking about here's a couple of plans for home growth and the show you did the other night.
Well, here's the weird thing. The moment they told me I was off the air, I turned and started monitoring my own network.
Right.
And it lasted for about a minute or 2 minutes, I would say.
Right.
And then it went like that, and I lost the network here.
Yeah, and I was listening to this guy talk, and I said, I've got to call because there was a lot of things this guy was saying that weren't, he was just kind of scared, and but I remember him saying, I can't talk too long because they'll triangulate on this pretty quick. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And and then he was like ranting and raving, and back to the, and I thought.
Remember when the caller called in and he said, I'm really scared, and then you went off the air. Remember that?
Remember when you recorded that song and you said the love you take is equal to the love you make? It was awesome.
That's awesome.
That was awesome. Stupid.
He said like natural or disaster.
He did. He said something about natural disaster.
It was, man, Art, you got an awesome show. That's all I can say.
Yeah, thanks.
We enjoy it out here.
I just hope I can keep doing it.
And you're getting burbles. I guess that's from your backup system.
Yeah, that's correct.
I've got a guess on I'm in my car, so I can't see a computer. It's not fair to us not to know who your special guest is.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you now, because I know that some of you will go to morning shows on the East Coast. My special guest is Mark Ehrman, not Mark Furman. Mark Ehrman, and he is here making notes like crazy and watching this crazy night occur to us. And he is here from Penthouse magazine. The Penthouse is going to do a story. They got a hell of a story now.
Hey, nobody guessed that.
Hey, nobody guessed.
Space Invader T. Stupid Hoyer G. Very good. Yeah.
Mark Ehrman. Whose
Mark
name is spelled the same as Bart Ehrman, who is a regular guest on my main channel.
Yes.
I will have to find out if they're related. But Mark Ehrman from Penthouse magazine, which was they'd have to go way out. I did not guess. I didn't guess. I'm guessing no one else did.
Mm-hmm.
And we will follow up on that in 1 second. First, we need to cover some super chats here. Olivia Williams.
Email to myself about one of those super chats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Blackbriar is alternative gothic rock metal band.
It does sound like something I'd be interested in, Olivia, so I just sent a little email.
Oh, is that what you sent an email to yourself about regarding?
All right.
Tomorrow
when I'm sober.
That's right.
More sober than now because I'm super sober.
So picture this. So you are we don't know if he's a staff reporter or if he is a freelancer.
Yes.
But he works. Oh, no. He was there ostensibly it seems like on behalf of Penthouse magazine.
Yes.
And you're there to cover, I'm just going to cover some radio show. And I'm going to cover a radio show for a adult magazine.
Yes.
Which clearly people read for the articles. That was clearly, the thing.
Interestingly.
Yes.
So this ties in nicely with Timothy Harmon's super chat where he says, Art is in Penthouse. Well, we get to see his naughty bits. You have this, Paul. Like I found this article.
Here's the thing. So,
Paul. Yeah.
So, all right. Well, we'll get to it. So we have let me start here. So we got, here we go. We got
short answer.
This is the issue that came out afterwards, as you can see here. Mm-hmm. And this is from Amazon.com. This is the world that we live in, where that's the only place I can find this image.
This issue of Penthouse. Yeah.
We got Art Bell, the strangest show on radio.
Yes.
So this was the one. So I am thinking to myself, hey, this is the weirdest thing in my life where I can, for work purposes,
it's a write-off.
Maybe, hey, so Dave, go fetch some naked ladies for.
This is the nature of our relationship. Paul just messages me. It was like, Dave, hey, go find this Penthouse article for me. And I'm like, okay, yeah.
And so I'm thinking, hey, Dave's gonna send me. We're gonna get the article, but incidentally, Dave's gonna go pull the full PDF, and it'll be just a weird thing where Christian Paul would have this been horrified.
I'm a classy dude, though.
And now secular me, he's like, okay, well, Dave, go find the article. And sure enough, here it is. So making visual contact with, and it's the weird PDF, but it was with Art Bell. So this is the article. And what Dave sent me here was literally just the article. It's just
So
it's just
it's the article. So here's the whole thing. Like the ads are a little spicy, even just a
a
little.
little bit. So not
It's
not
like
like
the thing is like, oh, this is not safe for work. It's like it's
right.
kind
So
of
there's
odd, I
there's a
guess, but
Pam and Tommy Lee.
the article
page.
itself, 100% could be in the New Yorker,
Oh
could
sure,
be in the Atlantic,
absolutely.
could be in the Washington Post. Like this could just be a piece in literally anything. It's just about Art Bell and his life. It's actually fairly well written and a good article. But it's
So-
like it's weird to think about. That's like, yeah, they legitimately were in like Playboy and Penthouse. It's like, no, just articles that are like this is
Yeah.
about Art Bell and this radio host.
It
and has
literally
that-
is, and it like quotes.
Yeah.
Like it quotes the callers we've already been talking about.
Yes. Yeah. Directly and talks about how he like Art started in as like an actual disc jockey, like a rock disc jockey, and got into
Yeah.
political talk radio and got into this because it was like there's so many political talk radio shows. What can I do to separate myself? Well, let's talk about Bigfoots and UFOs and how he views himself as an entertainer and not necessarily like an advocate for this, but he tries not. Yeah, it's a good article and interesting and like and a fairly accurate summation of Art's journey into where he is at this point. And it's 5 pages long and it's in the middle of a
Right.
fucking
And it's coincidentally though, it's also he hit there on like what became the most one of the most famous
Yes.
nights.
and there happens to be a freelance writer from Penthouse there on the night of the most infamous Art Bell episode
Right.
of all time.
So part of this, so I was alluding to earlier, this particular article, which verifies a lot of the details about what was happening tonight. I feel like, despite there's external confirmation beyond this, but this article in and of itself, for me, is a lot of corroboration that the things that happened, allegedly happened that night, happened. Yeah, no, it's weird. No, I wasn't at the time. I was not a connoisseur. I've never been a connoisseur of the adult magazines. That's just that that was never compatible with my life when it was a thing, and when it became compatible with my life, it wasn't a thing anymore.
No, now the internet exists and you can
Right.
just see
But it was
endless,
always
endless hours of
It's
whatever.
my understanding that it was always the joke, and it was quasi like even believable though. Was
Yeah.
that no? I read this for the articles, and legitimately there was like it's my understanding that there was serious like
There was.
Pulitzer Prize level
Yes.
journalism happening.
Less than Penthouse, more Playboy was the one that was
Right.
like, they would get like, yes, actual Pulitzer Prize winning authors writing short essays and articles and stuff for it. That had literally nothing to do. It's like, here's my thoughts on, collective bargaining agreements. Right?
right.
You're like, what the? Where's the boobs? But yeah, this was the thing that happened, right? And they would have like, and here's how to mix the perfect Mai Tai, and here's how to get the right grill marks on your steak. Like it was, there was actual. There we go.
Anyway.
We got a couple super chats.
And if
Paul.
apparently, as I've been scrolling up and down, if you need, Art was already talking about ED earlier on in the show. If you're suffering from ED, there's a number on the phone here you could call.
Yep.
I don't know if they're still in operation, but you can give them a shout.
Yep.
Anyhow, that was just a weird thing about this episode. That was a side note.
Just a weird thing. Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
Now,
Timothy Harmon.
yep.
Tell Shannon you are reading Penthouse articles. Fun fact about Shannon, she would actually take the magazine from me and read the articles herself. So that would be just the thing that would happen. Sunsick. Go ahead.
How many clicks till Dave found that Penthouse article? I will. All right. It took me actually a fair bit of work to find that article. I could find lots of references to people to the article existing, but to actually find the article took me a fair bit of digging on the old Wayback Machine on archive.org to find the actual article itself. And it's interesting. It's a good article if people ever track it down by Mark.
It is a good
Gurman.
article. Actually, you know what? If I remember, someone messaged me tomorrow. I will put that up. I could. I
we have the
put that up
PDF.
on my. Yeah, I could put that up on my Google Drive
Yeah, and just
and put a link to that in the description. So if I remember tomorrow, I will
we'll
put
do
the
that.
PDF up somewhere where people can get to it, because it is, yeah, it's a great article about art and his stuff, and
It is.
it definitely
It is legitimately, if you are like Paul and I, a fan of Art Bell and
Right.
his work and life and philosophy and why he does what he does and how he views himself and the show he's doing, it is a fair and accurate and interesting look into his life in this show from a fairly unbiased source. Yeah.
strangest show on the radio.
Yes, right. Also, Luscious Jackson is there.
Yeah. You didn't get me this article about the government's shameful cover up of hepatitis C. I feel like that could have been an episode of Art Bell right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got more super chats, Paul, including
More super chats.
one from Jay Victor.
Hold on. Oh, you got this one.
Thank you for the reference. I'll definitely check out the whole article later. It is worth reading, as we said, and hopefully, well, I'll try to remember, or somebody remember.
Yeah, someone can. I may not be in a state that we can do this.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll take out the reference to Mel's Hole and put in a reference to this.
That's right. Although this Penthouse article, if we had the whole issue, there may well be Mel's Hole related content.
I don't know who Mel is, but I've seen his hole, and it's
that's right.
It's something.
Mm-hmm.
It's something. Skeptics and Scoundrels, Paul.
Welcome here. I'm really enjoying Paulogia Live after hours. Yeah, well,
after dark.
That's what we're doing here.
That's
And
what we're doing. And our good friend Nee.
ChatGPT prompt, Hunter S. Thompson, 14th Apostle.
Well, no comment.
No comment.
Because me and AI aren't on speaking terms after that.
No. So, a bit of a spoiler. We'll see how far it goes. Actually, this Penthouse reporter does actually end up being part of the show. I'm not sure how late we will go.
Oh, Bella.
We'll keep going for now.
So what you will see in the background is me. If you look at the studio cam, I bet people are going up there like crazy right now. You will see me just after the failure has occurred, and you'll see Mark Ehrman from Penthouse magazine making notes like crazy. So there you are, folks. I didn't want to hang people.
Oh, Bella's taking a nap just outside of camera range now.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we have to scooch the camera down a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
I just thought and by the way, everybody's guessed, everybody from my son to, I've got a whole stack of faxes here guessing that he was everybody but who he is. It just gets strange.
We have Quasi Meow. I'll never get a way I think this goes. Anyway, my wife's name is Mel, so
I assume it's Quasi Meow, kind of like Quasimodo. But
I assume so. Quasi Meow. So my wife's name is Mel, so I'm trusting that your wife's hole wasn't featured in Penthouse magazine, but maybe. And if she was, cheers to you.
Yeah. Do you have any comments about Mel's hole?
I have no firsthand knowledge of Mel's hole.
Okay.
We have a gifted. We have someone gifted a membership. Dr. Tapioca Weasel, welcome here. So if someone tuned in late, if someone tuned in late, I don't even know what's going on here tonight. I don't know.
Think you do.
This is the least structured thing, but it's delicious. And
tonight has
fantastic.
gone off the rails in so many ways. I mean, literally starting with the description for the show and the YouTube, and well, carried on there. You know. Yeah.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Who? I don't even remember
whose birthday was.
Scoundrels, something. Who's shit?
No.
I'm a terrible.
No, it was.
It was a couple people's, wasn't it?
Was it Nee? It wasn't Nee's birthday. It was.
Yeah, Nee. No, Nee was last week.
Oh yeah.
Right, 44th birthday, I think.
I can probably find it here.
Oh Jesus, we're terrible people. We can't remember anything that doesn't directly
So no, it was knee. Knee Wednesday
knee.
was his 44th. Knee, I'm assuming
And it
knee
was
knee may not be a he. I don't know. It was knees.
and somebody's mom's birthday. Skeptics and Scoundrels, maybe bring. I can't remember. Tim. Dang it! No, Scuzzbopper. Scuzzbopper's mom's birthday.
Scuzzbopper's mom's birthday.
Yeah.
And then Timothy Harmon shamed me for giving him a bad birthday message.
I'm reading Claymore's message now. That is an accurate summation of where we've gone.
Yeah.
Me explaining
Anyway,
to my wife why that counter apologetics guy I watch is showing me Penthouse. See, it makes sense because there was a radio show in the 90s. It was a radio show, and anyways,
it was 9/11, not that 9/11.
not that 9/11. It was a 9/11.
9/11.
Anyways, I have to look at Penthouse
Because the story involved a Penthouse reporter, you see.
Oh, it's Braincraft's birthday too. Apparently, everybody's getting old.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Stranger, I have never heard of what you're about to hear about in all my life. I'm going to take you now up to Oregon, Medford, Oregon, where our network engineer, Tony Howell, is on the line. Tony, are you there?
Yes, Ed, I'm here.
Okay. Tony, you just got off the telephone with General Electric in New Jersey, I guess, correct?
Correct, GE Americom.
GE Americom in New Jersey. When I went off the air, what happened?
Well, the story goes that the satellite that you transmit on, GE1, seems to have lost its Earth sensor lock.
Its Earth sensor lock.
Do you buy any of this at this point?
That a girl is involved with something technical? No, there's no way that happened. I agree with you, Paul.
Thanks, Dave.
I love
the conspiracy.
Get you kicked off of YouTube.
Art is on the surface level.
Yes.
Talking to an engineer from GE.
Yes. No. The engineer isn't from GE. He's talking to his engineer in Oregon, who's
dealing with the satellite. GE1 is the name of their satellite, apparently.
And Tony was talking to
General. Tony was talking to. So
their offices in New Jersey, I believe, was said, and the satellite GE1 that Art uplinks to.
Let me know in the chat. Do you buy that? Is this truthful? Is Art talking to his technical person, or did they just find someone for Art to talk to?
Lizard people,
so that they could pretend like they were getting a technical update. I'm curious as to what anyone thinks, because let me tell you, the internet is divided in general about whether this was really this call that we're listening to right now.
And the story thickens.
Yeah, so let me know in the chat. Well, meanwhile, we'll do the super chats first.
Yes, we've got a couple here.
We have Gabriel Edwards for $2. Who are Paul and Shannon rooting for in Big Brother? Do
you watch Big Brother, Paul?
I'm cheering for Suri.
God fucking damn it, Paul.
This is a development since I moved to Nova Scotia, Dave. That if I live in this
You've
house,
always been a Survivor. You've been a reality.
Oh,
TV
we watched Survivor. And that's
Amazing Race. You were always a big Amazing Race fan.
Not so much, but
I remember you and your daughter, or maybe it was just your kids. I remember somebody was big into Amazing Race.
Yeah, there was the fan in the household. I'm cheering for Suri, and Shannon is cheering for Corey, so we are at odds. That's enough for that. Hugh Jars.
That's a great name.
Oh man, if you came in late, Hugh, I don't even know what to tell you.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. I came in late. This is going as well as one of my live streams. Yeah.
So the train went off the tracks about 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah.
But it didn't stop. It just keeps going. The train just somehow keeps
We
going.
don't even know where the tracks are anymore.
It's
No.
gone over a cliff at this point. A cave was involved. The train spent some time in space. I don't know what to tell you, man. But here we are, and Penthouse is involved, and we just keep
That's
drinking.
right. So I'm waiting to hear in the chat.
It's like a Joe Rogan podcast.
This is actually a reasonable. So listen, I live in a house where the reality show is on.
Mhm.
If I want to be sociable,
I know you don't. So already your story's falling apart.
well, if I want to please my partner,
Hmm.
then that is a thing I need to do. So anyway, but you're not wrong, skeptics, and I think you are right to shame me. You came in late. Can we restart? No, we cannot. No.
I'm tremendously excited about the sponsor this week, Paul.
Even AI is like thinking, hey, what did we hitch our wagon to here?
Yeah.
What exactly? Some robot is currently in the office getting called,
This,
sign
right?
us up for what?
This is what you want me to do?
That's
Okay.
right. Yep. All right. Okay. Here we go.
Meaning that it lost its orientation in the sky just slightly and started a kind of a shift. So many of the frequencies, KU and C, actually started to phase out, and that's what happened to your frequency.
So in other words, it would not just have been me. It would have been everybody on the satellite I'm using, which would have been quite a considerable number of broadcast facilities, wouldn't it?
Well, even wilder than that. It was 50 channels.
50 channels.
50 channels on GE1. Not including our channel, which is the network's KU channel, which, as everybody knows, we stayed on the air just fine. You're the one that went down.
Yeah, I went down. That's right. Well, then how could you... No, wait a minute. Well, you use the same GE1 to get it back to New Jersey, right?
Exactly. That's just amazing.
If it lost Earth lock, it should have lost, which means the satellite lost orientation momentarily.
Right.
Then it should have lost it for everything.
Well, strangely enough.
So I'm wondering if this actually could be technically related to the sunspots that were, or whatever, like solar flares, I guess, that were happening that day. If this, I guess that'll for the ages. Like, did that satellite legitimately lose 50 channels worth of signals for a few minutes?
My understanding from research now, looking back, is like it wasn't just that satellite either. It was multiple satellites.
Right, there was multiple. Yeah.
Lost communications at that same time.
Gotcha. Supercritical Snake was gifted a membership. So Supercritical Snake, you are now a member of the Black Box Club. So for those of you who are members and can demonstrate for Supercritical Snake how cool that is, this might be a good time to do that.
I'm not.
You're not. I'm not either.
Freaking cool. You're not a member of your own channel.
You can't subscribe to your own channel. So it's
But you don't. Oh, that seems weird that you can't do like the Black
I can
Box.
do the emojis, but I can't become a member. Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. I can't even do the emojis.
Yeah.
I don't even want to. Emojis are stupid.
Okay.
Many channels did stay on the air, including our channel, except your channel, and 50 others.
And 50.
So it just depended who you were and where you were.
Too weird, Tony.
Really weird.
And if that's not weird, as you know, I monitored my transmitter here, and I watched all the sync locks, and they were gone, like this transmitter was gone.
Yeah, you just weren't touching anything in the sky. I mean, you were totally missing your
satellite
bird. Yeah.
Oh, Tony.
She knows the lingo. You weren't touching anything in the sky. You're missing your bird. That sounds like lingo to me.
Sounds like lingo. Techno jargon, Paul.
We got brain cramp super chat.
I touched a bird once.
Sunspots. Pshaw. It was clearly aliens. Clearly.
What do you think sunspots are?
Duh.
Yeah, aliens.
I know it took them about a half an hour to get it back together. They had everybody scrambling around GE, trying to get it orientated properly.
Well, I sure would like to understand how you can lose 50 channels out of a total of how many do you think?
I would say there's probably at least 200 up there, at least.
So then a quarter of the channels were lost because it lost its look at Earth. You know what? I almost don't believe that. I mean, I guess I've got to accept the explanation.
Well, you know yourself that with all the weather changes going on, things are just terribly weird around here.
Weird is the word for it.
If for some reason it was supposed to be looking and getting its power solarly from the sun and looking at it in a specific spot and not finding it there, it could have lost its sync.
Oh, so maybe just one of the panels supplying, say, a quarter of the spacecraft lost it.
Yeah. Of course, GE, it's still early in the game. GE's not quite certain, but that's how it's looking.
Well, Tony, it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
Yeah, you got me.
All right. Well, I do have you, and I'm glad to have you, and I'm sure glad you gave us all that information. And now I'm more curious than ever.
Well, just so you know, GE is supposed to publish a public report on what happened. So you will get some kind of information out of it.
I wonder if we'll get the real thing.
It'll be interesting to see.
It was as cut. Did you hear you probably didn't hear the moment that it failed.
I actually did, and I've just re-listened to it, and you can hear it slightly lose lock when the caller was talking at the end of his conversation.
All right, Tony, bless your heart. I thank you for coming on the air and telling us about this. I still don't fully understand nor believe. I guess we'll see the written report. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Art.
That's Tony Howell at our network in Oregon. So my transmitter didn't blow up.
Thoughts?
I mean, what there to say? Probably accurate. Seems.
It's certainly like some of the stuff they're hypothesizing on later was like, that there was actually hardware damage or whatever.
Yeah.
It seems unlikely given that like 2 minutes later it was back, right?
Right.
It does feel like it's something environmental.
It's hard for us to honestly commentate on it because neither of us are in any way knowledgeable about satellite radio uplinks or what kind of redundancies are built into communication satellites.
Correct. It's just our instinct.
Yeah.
And which is not necessarily a good way to know a thing. So
no. Nee
wants to give me another super chat here, writing and poking the bear. If Paul really wants to please his partner, he'd get a coffee table or an ottoman. # compromise. Maybe a nice Chesterfield or an ottoman. If I had $1 million.
Oh, you ruined it, Paul. Now you've given the reference away. We could have seen who were the true Canadians in the group.
So I would rather watch Big Brother than get a coffee table. That's for sure. Eddie Dean, the incoming super chat.
Yes. Paulogia Live is the only channel worth liking without convincing evidence. So hit that like button.
That's right.
Any response, Paul?
I feel like that's a good call. Yeah. You don't need any stinking evidence. Just smash that like button, as the kids say.
That like button. Crush that like button. Fucking desecrate that like button. Yeah.
I also so I've never done this. I've never once before looked. So we have 116 likes. Someone just smashed the like button.
Do we? All right.
We've been on this show. We've been on the air for a year. This is the first reference that we've made to the like button.
I'm pretty sure I've referenced this before.
That's why we're bad at YouTube.
We are bad at YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Neither you or I are especially good at. How many? Can you tell how many people do we have in the chat currently, or how many people are currently watching?
We have 219 people watching,
and only 116 likes.
Only,
huh?
only
feel like
yeah. So
that's,
there's some. So they got some broken thumbs, as they say.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, I guess we know how roughly half the people like what we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Brain cramp. Penthouse. Bare naked ladies. What are we watching here?
Oh, cramp.
Mm-hmm.
I think you know. I think you know.
Yeah. This is the channel about Christians. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's a channel about a former Christian examining the claims of Christians.
That's correct. That's what we got going.
Maybe some really Dijon catch-ups. Favorite Bare Naked Ladies song?
We would just eat more. Favorite Bare Naked Ladies song? Oh boy. Man, they're all so great. They're not all so great, but there's so many good ones.
There are a lot of good ones, yeah.
Old Apartment is good.
Old Apartment is very good. Yeah. And $1 Million is good. It's just been played.
Yeah, no, that's not even.
Yeah.
Well, give me a second, and we'll keep doing things. I'm gonna think on that one.
Okay.
I'm gonna stew on it because there's so many classic ones. And actually, you know what? I'm not very well versed in the newest album, but someone told me that their newest album is a very atheist themed.
Oh, I've not listened to it,
so that is a incentive for me to go. Okay. Carry on with our...
Right. Even though it acted like it blew up because it lost everything. My transmitter lost everything. And the network using the same satellite to transfer it to New Jersey did not lose it. But it wasn't because of anything that happened here. It was because the satellite itself, they say, lost Earth, the link to Earth, didn't know where Earth was anymore, or at least a portion of it, and took about a quarter of the totality of the channels, 250, off the air. Now, is that weird or what? All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my little commercial set here, and then I want the folks at the network to back it up at least 2 minutes or more before failure, and I want to replay that, and I want to hear it myself. So
I'm skimming through a list.
There's a lot of things that you want there, Art. Turns
That's
out,
right, yeah.
Were you recording this? Because the network lost the uplink, so they don't fucking care.
Exactly.
Yeah. I want somebody to replace all the rotten eggs in my fridge with fresh eggs. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Father Meow has a fantastic idea, Paul, to expand the reach of your channel.
What's that?
I feel like there's a market for a former Christian examining naked ladies.
Well,
I agree. I feel like there's also probably a market for that. The internet's taught me anything. Is that there's a market for that.
But also, there's a huge market for current Christians doing the same thing. So, you know.
Yeah. Also, to be fair, you are very much. It's like trying to open a new hot dog stand or a new Tim Hortons, right? It's like new Starbucks.
Yeah.
There's already 50 Starbucks downtown. You're just opening another one. Good luck getting people to come to yours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mapleson, Super Chat writes, I hope you already have a Chesterfield. Now imagine being able to put your feet up on an ottoman.
Oh, there's a Chesterfield. I've seen it.
And Shannon can put her feet up on the Chesterfield. It is one of those L-shaped things, and that's where
sectional.
Yeah.
Although now I don't know, is Chesterfield just synonymous with couch, or is a Chesterfield a specific? I feel like a Chesterfield is like a specific sort of like 3-seat. So I don't think you do have a Chesterfield. I think I do. I don't think you do. Now I'm going to.
I was going through a list of Bare Naked Lady songs. Vastly underrated. Not my favorite. Just vastly underrated is Another Postcard.
Yep.
Do you know that one? Another
Yep.
postcard with chimpanzees.
Yep.
Because-
There was a time I was like, I have many. I don't have their newest one, but I have a lot of albums, the whole albums. I really, 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 really liked.
Last week, I literally for almost an hour played "Blame It on Me" on loop, which is actually for those of you who are personal friends of mine, not which is like just you on the Facebook. I literally just posted a lyrics line from that, and some people were very concerned about my mental health, and other people were quoting other Bare Naked Ladies songs, and it was great. Anyway, blah blah blah.
Chesterfield sofas are defined by their large rolled arms. So you got to have the rolled out arms. They're the same height as the back. Oh, okay. Traditionally upholstered in dark leather, featuring a deep button tufting. All right. Well, I don't have a Chesterfield, then I do have a leather 3-seat couch, but it doesn't have.
So, but this, according to this, in Canada, a Chesterfield is a couch or sofa.
Yeah, it's just here. It's just another word for couch, a Chesterfield.
Yeah. So in Canada, we're fine.
So there you go.
Yeah. In Britain, it's probably called something else altogether. It's called a
Chesterfield. That's my British.
Yeah. All right, we're
to be listening to it down here. So if the network would please prepare to do that. On my Area 51 line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Hi. I don't have a whole lot of time.
Well, look, let's begin by finding out whether you're using this line.
All right, so now they're replaying the thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So if anyone's late, we are now replaying the call that sent this thing spinning off the rails.
Yes.
Properly or not.
Area 51.
Yeah, that's right. Were you an employee or are you now?
A former employee.
Former employee.
I was let go on a medical discharge about a week ago, and
Gotta watch out for those medical discharge.
Oh,
So you want to wear a smock and no and the black light. All right.
Yeah.
And I've kind of been running across the country. Oh man, I don't know where to start. They're gonna they'll triangulate on this position really, really soon.
So you can't spend a lot of time on the phone. So give us something quick.
Okay. Okay. What we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with.
I hear it now. So I was mistaken. So what? What happened to my Dave? I lost Dave. Dave's gone. All right. Well,
I'm back. Am I back?
I see you.
I was like super frozen there for like my computer. It seems like
and then you went right away. You just went entirely away. So clearly, this call, whenever this call is played, there's some NASA was trying to take someone was trying to take you off the air.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. They don't want to know the truths that I know.
So if we were doing a meta-analysis of this show, I think the thing that we know for certain is that Area 51 is not studying extraterrestrial beings; it's extra-dimensional beings. That seems to be
depends how you define extraterrestrial.
No, but they all agreed that they seem to agree that extra-dimensional is the more accurate term for what they're studying.
Quite right, Paul.
They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the military. I'm sorry, the government knows about them, and there's...
If they took over Area 51, I would hope the government would know about them.
Oh, Paul. You're adorable. You're adorable. Your optimism is heartwarming.
Eddie Dean for $2 writes, past Area 51, back at it.
Back fucking at it, pulling their shenanigans. Mm-hmm.
And the Philistine says, okay, I'll fess up. That crying caller, it was me. I was jacked up on LSD and Yoo-hoo.
Oh dear, Yoo-hoo.
I was reading a bunch of dark web propaganda and vintage Starlog magazines.
Vintage
I miss Starlog. I miss Starlog.
Oh yeah, Starlog was good. Is this the call? This is the call to that Tool song, but Corey, you're exactly right. Yes. Every time I'd see Yoo-hoo or reference to Yoo-hoo now, all I can think of is The Nice Guys.
Yeah, which is a movie everyone should see.
Everyone should see it. It's one of my time favorite movies. It's a very good movie.
a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now, Art.
But they're not doing anything.
They are not.
What's that?
I assume one of those is Saskatchewan. Just move a bunch of people here. It's fine. Nothing's going to happen.
They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
That was it. That's where it cut off. Wow. All right, now I've heard it. Thank you, folks. I was unable to hear that myself until just now. Weird stuff. In all my life. I went in the other room and I looked at the uplink transmitter and it was like it was dead as a doornail. Everything was there was no sync light, there was no anything. Every indicator on the transmitter said it was dead as a doornail. And in fact, it was not dead. The satellite in space that it was looking at was dead. Or only, to be more specific, one portion of that satellite in space was dead. I don't know. This is one for the record books. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Thank you.
Turn your radio off, please.
Turn your radio off.
Very important. I know the other person probably wants to listen, but it won't work. You got to have that off.
Yeah.
All right.
This is Nancy in Palm Springs.
Hi, Nancy.
I'm a 10-year listener, first-time caller.
All right.
All right. Last week, a gentleman called, I believe, from Lakewood, California. He was trying to get a copy of Penthouse magazine for September. And I just wanted to say that on September 1st, I went to 3 or 4 places trying to get it. And the man where I finally found a copy said he had been told to pull them all and send them back.
You know what? I've heard this from I don't know how many different callers and faxers that the September issue of Penthouse got pulled back. I've got a Penthouse person sitting right next to me.
That's what I understood. And the thing is that I said,
Did you come across this in your searching for Penthouse magazines?
I have no opinion to offer on this whatsoever.
The September 98 issue, 97 issue,
yeah.
September 97 issue had been yanked from stores. All right.
Yeah. I was at Bible school when this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I'm just wondering I was just thinking maybe in your research to find the article that you found me.
No, well, because the article, I don't remember.
Oh,
you had
right.
the cover there because the guy was there.
Right.
I assume a couple months later.
Yeah.
Pull it up. When did that issue air?
It
should be on the.
It's the August 92. So almost a whole year later it came out.
That's the way it used to work, right? Like the guy would have been there, then he would have gone and written it, then it would have been submitted for editing, and then by the time you go printing and out to
So almost a whole year. Yeah. So okay, gotcha. Your story checks out. I'm not going to do any searches for really Penthouse related searches on the screen. So no. Yeah.
But apparently there's one from Palm Springs. He's all on it.
Yeah. Well, let's hear.
I didn't want the October issue. I wanted the one that had that cancer article in it.
Also, how refreshing that this
cancer article in it. Sorry.
I love that this. So back in the 90s, maybe it was just the circles I was traveling in, but there was still some kind of, not shame attached, but some kind of privacy attached to buying porn magazines. Like it wasn't. So this woman calling up, well, I went to the store and I had a specific issue in mind.
The Penthouse wasn't there. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, that's this lady whose voice is hints to me that perhaps she's in the second half of her life instead of the first half. She just, I know what magazine I'm looking for.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, good job.
Right.
And he said, well, I'll tell you what, I was told to pull them, but they're still sitting in the back room. If you want to wait a minute, I'll go get you one of them, which he did. And I bought it and left and was very grateful because they were told to pull them and send them back. That's what the man told me at the
All right.
store.
Look, I've got somebody from Penthouse here. I'll ask for you, all right?
Sure.
All right, thanks.
And yeah, what are the chances he gets to actually I actually have someone from the magazine here. Although probably the freelance writer doesn't necessarily have all the...
probably. It's like, do you know why the publication for this? Yeah, no.
This is for you to read.
September issue was pulled or whacked, if you will, which is a delightful double entendre because whacked can be a euphemism for assassination, Paul, or masturbate, which is something traditionally associated with Penthouse magazine.
I see.
See, masturbation in this case refers to
of
physical manipulation of your genitalia for pleasurable purposes.
I see.
I think the joke makes sense if you understand that.
That is, for me, maybe for others, for me, that is less associated with Art Bell.
Well, no, with Penthouse.
Yeah, right. But, yeah.
I guess you and I have a very different relationship with this show.
Correct. Yeah. So I'm not seeing any references. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. You took you a while to get there. That's what I was trying to.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any articles. Let me know in the chat if anyone can find out any reason why the September 97 Penthouse magazine, if indeed it was pulled from shelves or recalled. Apparently Amazon is your place to go to buy these if you want to.
I remember my mom buying the issue that had China in it. Yeah, was China in Penthouse or Playboy? I remember China from WWE, from WWF at the time.
Oh, I was thinking of the country. So okay.
No, she was like a cover of one of the magazines.
And your mom bought that for the whole family, did she?
Well,
okay.
That's
not
what
your mom.
No, definitely not my mom. That's what Darrell's mom did. Seems sketchy.
Yeah.
Playboy.
Sketchy.
Yes, there you go. Anyways.
This was the issue that was allegedly pulled. So it had a cancer scam.
Stern's lesbian pictorial. So I have one immediate thought. I don't know if you're familiar with Howard Stern, Paul.
I am, yes.
His body of work. There is one particularly important prerequisite to being a lesbian, and Howard Stern doesn't have it. So I doubt the veracity of journalism in this.
Well, it's possible that he was taking the photos.
I guess that's true. And I'm not one to comment on anybody else's, gender or sexuality, but certainly Howard Stern quite famously,
not a lesbian.
Not a lesbian.
Yeah.
So I think that pictorial was probably all photoshopped.
It was probably that Deion Saunders. He was
probably who is now an incredibly successful college football coach. I don't know if
I heard that. No, I actually did. I have been following that. But that he
fired.
You're right. He totally just. But did he recently? His contract just ended with some team, and he was like, "Yoink, I'm off to like way way better college now."
Yeah.
Was that him?
Yeah.
All right.
People tell me that. Is there anything to that at all? Well, you are if you get closer.
I know.
Have you heard that yourself?
I know.
Tomorrow. All right. right. That'd be cool. Thanks. Yeah, I've heard that from a number of people that issue was somehow recalled or called back. I don't know what the deal is, but there was a big article by Kathy Keaton, Bob Guccione's wife, about her cancer treatment. Of course, we had Bob Guccione on.
Oh, we saw that. We can fact check that one.
I mean, it could be as easy as like a page was like printed backwards or something like that, right? Like this is the kind of shit that happened back in
Oh,
the
for
day.
sure. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Although I feel like a magazine wouldn't bother a recall for that because magazines were like meant to be short-lived anyway.
Yeah.
But
yes.
And then we had Kathy Keaton on, and I got, I don't know, a good dozen reports. That magazine had been called back. Curious, very curious, on a curious night. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I just wanted to say a couple things about the fellow who called and was so scared.
Yes.
It's often hard to tell who's telling the truth and who's not telling the truth.
I know who Deion Sanders is. Well, who he was in his heyday. I absolutely do. But I was only recently made aware of his college coaching. That's all we're saying. So,
but I was talking myself out of believing that he was for real because he was sort of too scary.
Yep.
But going back to, I get certain physical sensations when I know I'm hearing the truth, and that guy was for real.
Well,
I believe he was. I think you have a couple of callers tonight who were absolutely for real.
Me too. I say it again. I've been broadcasting for 30 years, and in 30 years, I have never seen what happened happen. In 30 years, I never have had a call quite like the one that I had when this occurred.
Mm-hmm. Well, I remember Jimmy Joe Bob or whatever.
Jimmy Joe Bob, that was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was weird, but it was not quite as weird in its own way as this one.
For sure. And I also want to say a couple other things, and it's that I wouldn't personally believe General Electric and what they were telling me about what happened with the satellite.
No.
Wouldn't necessarily. And also, I think that national security is unnecessary. I think that they're really in
That's a hot take. Wow.
Yeah.
National security is unnecessary.
Oh,
okay.
I feel like probably a majority of the population would disagree with you on that, but by which I mean the world, not just
as national security. I think it's always been breached. I think that whoever's supposedly the enemy, that we all know each other's so-called secrets.
You know what I worry about now? That I'm the enemy.
Oh, yeah. Well, exactly. And we are the enemy, for talking about it out loud.
You might be exactly right. I got to go, hon. We're at a break point here, bottom of the hour. Let's go to our international line and say good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, that was bottom of the hour there, Dave.
Yeah.
There's 10 minutes left in the recording.
Yep.
Do you feel like we have 10 minutes more of Art Bell time?
I mean, I feel like we do.
In us?
You tell me.
No, I'm good. We have been going more like closer to the 4 hours of late.
Yeah. We got a lot to get off our chests.
I thought maybe we could wrap this one up sooner than tonight, but apparently we didn't. We had some tangents, so...
It's because you had to go take care of Bella. That's the only thing. That's literally it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much you got queued up for tonight or what we're doing.
Well, no. There's 10 more minutes left in the episode of the stuff. So I feel like we can try and plow through it. May as well try and get to the end, right?
Did you do the other call?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Who are you and where are you calling from?
I'm going to use a alias of Bill. I'm calling Tucson, Arizona.
Bill, Tucson.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get on my international line?
I don't know.
I
called the 1702 number.
Oh, you did, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, anyway, why are you using an alias? There must be a reason for that.
I used to work for Hughes Aircraft as maintenance mechanic, maintenance engineering.
Aha.
And a lot of the work at Area 51 comes out of Hughes Aircraft.
You bet it does.
And we worked with some equipment. I don't want to get real specific.
By the way, just so you know...
Fairly top secret equipment.
Just so you know, sir, I'm a Hughes AML microwave school alumni myself.
Okay.
we used to have a piece of equipment we had a hell of a time shielding. And whatever hammered you, hammered Tucson.
Hammered Tucson?
It hammered Tucson, Arizona.
How so?
I was sitting here working on my computer listening to the radio, and at exactly 10, maybe 15 seconds before you lost your signal,
yes?
I lost every bit of data on my computer.
You're kidding.
My hard drive is fine, but every bit of data on it's gone. And it was
that implies an EMP pulse.
Uh-huh.
You know what?
Well, there's more.
Well, let me suggest something to you. Hold on, slow down. Did you know that our Defense Department requested permission to zap a satellite in orbit with a laser? Did you know that?
Yes, I did.
That's news that's been breaking over the last few days.
What would that do?
I mean, it depends on the laser. A sufficiently powerful laser, you could knock a satellite out of orbit or destroy it. Yeah.
But a 1997 laser, I don't like. All right.
I mean, yeah.
This guy's got his hard drive's fine.
His hard drive's fine, physically fine.
Physically fine, but the data's gone.
Data's all gone.
I feel like that's more than a solar flare at work there.
No, that would be somebody wiping a powerful magnet by his 97 hard drive.
Timothy Harmon in giving us a retro permission or retro encouragement.
Encouragement. You can do it.
To go for it.
Go for it.
You can do it. We can't say that. Is that a Rob Schneider quote? Because
it is a Rob Schneider.
He's trying to cancel our whole country. I don't know if you heard.
I did. No. I did vaguely hear something.
Yeah. So.
I mean, whatever.
He canceled the show in Moncton. So the whole country just may as well just pack it in.
There are numerous policies from our current government, Paul, that I'm not a fan of.
Well, on that we agree, but we may not agree on which policies. But yeah.
Many of the ones about freedom of information and
we probably some of those we probably do
probably agree on a lot of that.
Yeah.
Apparently now there's just a bunch of censorship in Canada, and it just kind of happened before
I know, right?
anybody knew about it. It's just kind of like, oh, I guess this is a thing now. Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, we don't need to get there. Otherwise, that's a whole other channel we need to start.
That's a whole other channel. I don't have a name registered for political talk. That's a crowded marketplace.
It is. Yeah. Well, maybe if we promise that we'll review 30-year-old Playboy magazines while we're at it.
Then we'll make some money.
Yeah.
That's what
just came back to me now.
No, you got hit with an EMP pulse. I would be willing to bet, because what I was telling you about this piece of equipment, we had a hell of a time shielding. If I didn't keep my watch in my locker, it would wipe my watch too. I got a digital watch.
Yeah.
I went and checked my watch. It's wiped. It's blank. It's
digital watches.
Yeah.
In the 90s, it was all firmware, right? There was like literally nothing.
Oh fuck, man! I assume it would be.
It was all firmware. Now, I guess what all it would have in actual like local memory would be like your time zone.
They were designed like you could take the battery out and put it in, and it would carry around. So it would all be hard coded firmware. Yeah.
But those absolutely would have been registers on the main chip, right? So when you design CPUs back then had bytes worth, like not kilobytes worth or whatever, but had bytes worth of onboard memory that were called registers that would get used. And absolutely everything a watch needed could be on circuit registers.
Which is where all of it, and an EMP would not affect that.
Yeah, your watch didn't get wiped. Your 1996. No.
Yeah.
No.
And there's also people do not understand EMPs or how they work or what that means.
Right.
How they're generated, what they do. Yeah.
Yeah. We have a super chat.
Yes. From
$5 super chat from Melly. The satellite chases after the laser like a cat until it leaves orbit.
Yep, that's exactly it. You just you get the laser going, and then you kind of wick it to, just flick it towards the sun. Just like, whoop, the satellite's, oh, fuck, it's gone. Yeah. Oh, shit, no. Oh,
That's how this all works.
that's how it all works. Yep.
Reading 12 midnight flashing, just as if I would change the battery. Whatever hits your transmitter, I have to tend to believe we've got a lot of cloud cover down here right now.
Yeah?
I think we got a cloud bounce out of it, and it hammered Tucson.
Okay. I appreciate the call. I'm sorry you lost everything on your drive.
I've got it backed up on disk. That's no big deal, but I'm just letting you know. I've seen what...
No. If you have it, it is a big deal. Because discs were a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
If you had it backed up on disk, the day would be fine, but you would not be casually saying, I got it on disk.
Yeah.
3.5-inch floppies, baby.
On tape, probably.
Yeah.
At that point, I mean, tape drives are still used now, but back then,
yeah, absolutely.
By far, the preferred medium for backup would be tape drives.
You'd have been, please. But I do remember backing up hard drives onto 3.5-inch floppies, and that would be, insert disk number 46. Insert disk number 47.
Yeah, hopefully he's got a zip disk for a Jazz drive or something.
Yeah.
Can do.
Well, I just got handed a fax from Buzz in California. It says, Art, don't know if you heard the comment, the caller who claimed to be a gap fixer, but he said that you were pulsed.
Uh-huh.
And you agree.
Uh-huh. I didn't hear the comment, but I can certainly concur that you got pulsed. I believe the validity of that one call. I believe it was absolutely valid.
I appreciate your call.
Okay.
Thank you. Well,
if you get pulsed, then you get medical discharge.
There's a bunch of people saying it then.
You have a very good night.
I think those are synonymous, but okay.
I'm in a very strange business, you know. You know, I believe in coincidence. I really don't like jumping to some sort of conspiratorial answer for something that occurs automatically. But for this to occur at that particular moment, something that I've never seen occur in 30 years of broadcasting during a very specific moment, I find that coincidence way beyond...
This reminds me now of... evangelists, Dave, who try to tell me the miracles that you know a miracle because it's actually surrounded by religious context.
Okay.
And that's one way you can tell the difference between a coincidence and a miracle.
Okay.
Is that if there is religious context around it, it's more
I assume you could tell because their arm grew back.
Well, no, God doesn't do that because that would be showing off. That would be showing off. But the way you know, like, let's say you didn't die in a car accident.
Right. Yes.
That's just coincidence if no one is praying for you.
Right.
But if you have a Mary statue in your car and you were praying earlier or someone is praying for you, then there's religious context, so you can tell, well, that might be a miracle. It's not a guarantee, but it heightens the chances. It feels like that's exactly what Art just said. It's like, well, there was all this context around the thing that made it, so it can't be a coincidence.
Would you like to hear my miracle anecdote? Are we trying to get through this?
Let's hear your miracle anecdote.
So this was when I was in seminary, Bible school. And was in Nanaimo and trying to get to the ferry station so that I could take the ferry to get to Vancouver to catch the plane for the plane tickets I had to get home for Christmas.
Right.
And anybody who's familiar at all with Nanaimo, it is on Vancouver Island. It's on a mountain. So it's long streets that go from like top down to the beach and go. And I was with some of my friends, some people at Paulogia's. And I had like this huge hockey bag full of stuff because I'm going home for 2 weeks. And we're running down the street trying to get to the ferry because we're a little bit late. We run down to the bottom of the hill and realize we've gone down the wrong street. And I can see the ferry station, but there is no way. We're on the beach, but there's no way to get from I got to go all the way back up the hill. It's kind of San Francisco-ish, and then go down the other thing. Like it doesn't just go across. You have to go back up and back down. There are all these like narrow, long, very steep streets. And at this point, it's impossible. Like this will not happen. Cannot get to the ferry in term. Like they've already blown the horn once. They're leaving in like 10 minutes. And so we start walking back up the street, and this old Asian lady pulls up right beside us in an Oldsmobile, this pale yellow Oldsmobile. And she's like, well, you trying to catch the ferry? And we're like, yeah. She's like, well, you better get in. Like, okay. So we hop in. There's 3 of us. And she just tears it up the street and down the other. And we get out. And as we get out, it's like the people, the staff there are like, kind of like an airport or whatever, when you're like, yeah,
Yep.
like, tapping like, come on, like we will hold this, but it's like the ferry's leaving. You need
bust your
to go
ass.
right
Yeah.
now. And as I'm getting out of the car, the old woman says, you remember to thank God for this.
Ooh.
And she had a cross hanging from her rearview mirror, right? And so at the time, I was 100% like, oh, well, this is like an angel that was sent to help us, or whatever. Like, God absolutely did this. Not just like a woman drove by in a car and saw 3 19-year-old guys with huge hockey bags full of stuff that had like run down, and we're looking at the ferry, and we're obviously like, oh, right. Sad, and drove up and was just, it was like, nope, this was absolutely divine intervention in my life, that God sent this woman to drive me, and everything was fine. That's my, so I was at the time 100% convinced. It's like, yeah, this was a miracle. This was a thing that happened in my life.
I would not, in that era, I would have 100% been on board as well. Yeah, it's just one of those things that, in retrospect, I like that story, Dave. That was a good one.
That's a good story. That's a true thing that happened to me. Yeah.
But it absolutely is in when your worldview is one way, obviously a miracle, and in other ways it's like there's obviously so many
it's like faces
other
on Mars.
explanations.
What's the crazy made up word you used for the thing when you see patterns when you're looking for patterns?
Oh, pareidolia.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
You can read this super chat.
God won't cure your mother's incurable, gruesomely painful cancer unless you ask him nicely. God answers every prayer, Timothy Harmon. It's just that the vast majority of the time the answer is no.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oop.
Oh, what do we got here? Pareidolia. Made up. The tendency to perceive a specific, often meaningful image in a random or ambiguous visual pattern.
So if you look at like images of like pareidolia images,
it's like that you see faces and anything.
like these are
2 dots.
Like this here we have the horse cloud, but was it?
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So there you go.
The brain loves finding patterns. It's how we're wired. It's how our brains work. Right. They
objecting to your made up word accusations.
I assume you got your buddy AI to whip that up in a second.
It's true. Probably our sponsors today.
Yeah.
I used the key the code toast to toast.
Yeah.
Any probability. And now I'm getting callers saying, yeah, it was pulsed. It was done to you. Strange life. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hi, Art Bell?
That's me.
Yes, hi. This is Mike from New York. I'm calling because I recall a guest you had on several weeks ago who spoke of an incident occurring in Cheyenne Mountain, Wyoming.
Yes, you're exactly right. What he said, to catch the audience who might not have heard that, is that there are a whole bunch of Cheyenne employees who decided to retire early, took their families, and moved to, I think he said, South America?
Right, South America. And I guess it was Stan Deo from Australia who...
Therefore, they have knowledge of future events that they're going to. That's all. We have a super chat.
Yes, we do.
Red Fox.
Fox
from back in time, because I missed the start. I was hoping y'all would cover this episode. No music talk though. We did talk about music at various times.
I talked to music for quite a while Paul was off dealing with it.
So
belligerent.
you Red, when you go back and you watch this from the beginning, there will be music talk.
I will say this is an episode that Paul and I have talked about doing many times because this is, again, probably the single most famous episode of Coast to Coast of all
So
time.
I wouldn't. So
on the list. Yeah.
I think you and I would both agree it's not the most entertaining one.
No.
It's just the best known one.
It's infamous because of what happened, because of the whole thing.
Just like
my personal favorites are always Mel's Hole. I think Mel's
just
Hole.
Just like If I Had $1 Million is the Bare Naked Ladies' best known song.
Yes.
But it is not their best song. That's right.
No. I mean, it's subjective. Like what they like.
Subjective. Yeah.
Some connection with a retired chaplain in the Army who had spoken to some of these people as they were passing through.
Yep, that's exactly right. And we had a number of people verify that. Now, that's scary as hell, because why would employees in Cheyenne Mountain suddenly decide to take their families and every friend they could convince and leave?
Right, and on a moment's notice, with the idea that they were exposed to, it's at least the impression I got, they had access to information as it was fed into Cheyenne, Wyoming, that they saw something that scared them and prompted them to leave very quickly. And I'm wondering possibly if that's connected to what this caller was, this man who was frightened earlier was referring to in respect to some impending disaster or disaster.
Yeah, for a second.
We're connecting the dots here. I get it now. So he's saying, well, one group of people are afraid of an impending disaster, and then you had someone calling in warning of an impending disaster. So...
Just forget about the fact that I seemed to be blown off the...
Can I derail the conversation again here, Paul?
We're never going to be done, but fine.
No, but this is what I am. I fairly recently watched Close Encounters of the Third Kind again.
Oh. Bum, 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 bum.
Is still a marvelous movie, like a fantastic movie. So well made, so well acted. But I had not seen it for many years, and it hit me very differently now. That is not a movie about aliens. Like, aliens are in it and go. It is a movie about a family falling apart because of like Richard Dreyfuss's character. Like he exposed to this, he believes this who he was is not, and he's like, he loves his kid and he loves his wife and all these things, but it's like, how do you live and be in this family when you have these truths and this different worldview? And it's a movie about the disintegration of this family, and that is not a context I picked up on in my 20s,
right?
Or didn't really dwell on it, but now it hit me in a completely different way. And I'm like, holy shit, this movie's amazing. And the subtext and the message and what's going on here in this family dynamic. And I mean, and the government cover up and the aliens and all this stuff is like, it's still good and the effects are still interesting and it's practical. But it's like, nope, what Spielberg is doing here and what the story they're telling is not the story that I thought it was when I was a younger person, and now watching, I'm like, this is a story about how a family, what you thought you knew and who you were and how things change and go. Anyways, I highly recommend everybody go back, watch Close Encounters of the Third Kind, because it is like so many great movies, right? It's like, it's timeless because it's about human relationship and what's happening. And I'd forgotten so much of that in it, because all you think about is like, oh, this upside down chandelier and the bright colors in the song,
right?
It's like, nope, this is a movie about
and mashed potatoes. You saying it made me want to eat mashed potatoes. That's
yeah.
Well, now you're making me curious. I mean, I haven't. You saw it in your 20s. I was a young lad when I saw it.
I don't remember. Like, that's not the first time I saw it, but I remember that's when I sort of like saw it and took it seriously.
I don't know if I've even seen it twice, frankly.
So I would say go back and watch it again. And I feel like, especially, whatever. I'm not gonna. You will appreciate that movie on a different level.
Now I want to go do that.
Right.
We missed some super chats here.
We did.
We got,
starting with Red Fox.
Oh, did I miss? Okay.
Yeah, you missed one before that.
Okay, here we go. No, we saw this one.
Yeah. Did we?
Yeah. No music
Oh,
talk,
we
though?
did. We did. You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah.
So then we got the one from Nee.
Nee.
Favorite
It might be
TMBG
Giants.
song?
Yeah, they might be Giant
Mine
songs.
is Birdhouse in Your Soul.
That is actually also my favorite Might Be Giant song. Their cover of Istanbul, not Constantinople, is very good, and Triangle Man is a good song too. But Birdhouse in Your Soul is my favorite song of theirs. I'm your only friend. I'm not your only friend, but I'm a little glowing friend. But really, I'm not actually your friend, but I am. Anyways.
This, by the way, this graphic that's on screen here, that was the Hulu film that I watched earlier this week.
No one will save you.
If you keep your expectations low, it's pretty good. I feel like it's a theater quality film that was put on TV. So
know what you're going into, right?
Yep. Jay Victor, when I was a Christian, I was having a hard time finding a job, but now that I'm an atheist, I may have to choose jobs very soon. What conclusion should I draw from this if I applied religious logic? So yeah, I guess God clearly wanted you to do. Yeah, wanted you to go in the ministry. That's what he wanted, because you can't hold down a secular job.
Yep.
That's the calling. You're supposed to be a missionary to somewhere you don't want to go.
Yep. Nailed it.
Mark Fernkampf writes, I figured it out. David Bowie Labyrinth Tour. Oh, that's
Nice.
actually a pretty good answer.
That's
a pretty good answer.
Yeah. I do like me some Bowie.
And that was, for those tuning in late, that was to the answer to the question, if you could travel back in time and go to any concert.
What would it be? You know what, Paul? Mm-hmm. You remind me of the Babe. You're supposed to say, what Babe?
What Babe?
And then I say the Babe with the power, and you say, what power?
What power?
And I say the power of voodoo, and you say voodoo, and I say you do. Remind me. You don't remember Labyrinth at all, eh? All right.
No, I just didn't know we're supposed to be playing along. Sorry.
Yeah.
I actually, that's another film I need to rewatch again.
I haven't seen that in a
magic
long.
Dance, baby, dance, magic dance.
Yes, that magic spell on me.
All right, let's try and power through. We got 6 minutes here, Dave.
6 minutes left. We can do it. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
6 Art Bell minutes, so we'll be here for another half hour.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen it. Forget about that, and just go back to the content of the call as much as you heard.
Yeah, well, it was strange. I mean, I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to speaking on the radio, but I didn't know what happened. I thought possibly that you had gotten off the air with him and was speaking to him, and you had cut the music on yourself because it sounded like he was starting to lose it, and you were, just trying to calm him down. And
No, that call was completed.
No, if you think that Art Bell is doing emotional counseling for the callers,
you have not been paying attention.
I am going to put my whole show on hold and put up music instead, so that I attend to the emotional and mental needs of this poor gentleman. Yeah, no.
I mean, in the sense that I would say it went on probably another minute from that point, and then he screamed, and the connection terminated.
And the scream was not recorded by your network in Oregon.
No, because that's when we lost the satellite.
Right.
And I thought I was still on the air. I looked over, I saw my hotline from the network ringing. Mm-hmm. I picked it up, and they said, "Hey, we've lost you."
Right. And what do you think prompted the scream? Could you hear anything in that 1 minute that the network where we had could no longer hear him, but you still could? What did he say during that 1 minute interval? Do you recall? Or? That would be interesting.
It was kind of like he realized that he had been on too long. I'm sort of paraphrasing the last minute because it was a very confused time. Mm-hmm. But I had the sense that he felt that he had been on too long, that somebody was on to him or something was about to happen to him. And then at the very end, this is all stuff you didn't hear.
Right.
It was a kind of a scream and a screech and a cutoff, just a click.
And did the other man, the mystery or the Penthouse guest in your studio, did he get to hear what you heard, or was it just like through your...
No, he got to hear what I... thank God. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Take those headphones off. Take those headphones off. Talk to this caller. Hello?
Yeah, hi. I was wondering, did you got to hear that 1 minute interval of between when the network cut off and when the man screamed and hung up the phone, or was...
Well, actually, the call, what Art said is what happened. The call was completed, he screamed, and then the line went dead, and there was even another phone caller after that, I think an open line caller, and he was talking for a while, and it was during that call that I think Art realized that we weren't broadcasting.
Right. No, I understand that. I was just getting at during that 1 minute, when Art replayed what the network had on tape, we got to hear the caller who was, disturbed, what he had to say until that instant when it was cut off for us. But you still got to hear another minute of that phone call.
Yeah, it's hard to say how much more of that there was, but yeah, probably about a minute.
About a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And during that time, you couldn't relay to the audience anything additionally as to what the caller was saying, or about disasters or anything else. Did he give anything more specific, or could you hear anything in the background? I mean, was it like, did someone run up to the phone and knock it out of his hand, or, could you tell?
Well, I actually had thought it sounded something like that, or the phone dropping. It was hard to tell, and I think it got kind of more and more rambling toward the end, and more disconnected. But
okay,
yeah,
that's fine. I was just, as I was saying to Art, that he had a caller who several weeks ago mentioned a bunch of employees, or now former employees of Cheyenne Mountain in Wyoming, which is connected with, I think, NORAD or SAC or something, and into which is fed all of the electronic and other intelligence information from around the world, vis-a-vis the federal government. And the impression I got, and I know some other people who listened that they got as well, was that these people saw something that scared the heck out of them, and it was something that they thought they could survive by leaving the country. And here, this caller earlier, this disturbed man, is saying there are impending disasters, which
Playboy magazine, Penthouse magazine guy. At this point, he's like, I didn't want to be involved in any of this, and now
this is not what I signed up for.
And now you are literally you just said this all to Art, and I heard it.
Yeah.
And now you're saying it again to me.
Yeah. Yes. You told Brock. He told me.
Yeah. Although it is interesting to hear someone there. And that's actually part of why I wanted you to go see if this was actually an article that happened, because was this just made up by Art, or was it an actual thing? So clearly they wouldn't have just retroactively written an article to try and line up with this.
Yeah.
So,
no, it was very much a real thing that really happened. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Art's not even in charge of his own show anymore.
Nope.
can be avoided.
Mm-hmm.
There are safe areas you can go to, but the government or the people in power are not going to inform the average,
letting his dog out. Something.
Yeah.
Citizen, the average American, of these things, because it's going to serve some purpose that they have. Yet the people in Cheyenne, Mount Wyoming, who presumably, possibly have access to this same information, saw this stuff. At least this is the conclusion maybe I'm coming to. Not categorically or absolutely, but there is some kind of an overlap here. Possibly saw the same information and decided to get to one of these so-called safe areas.
Yeah, well, I recall the show, but I wouldn't know anything
more about that. I just figured I'd bring it up.
Right.
As maybe an issue.
Twice.
Maybe someone else can call in, or someone who knows more about the Cheyenne Mountain.
We have a super chat.
We do, from our good friend Nee. I can hear the Penthouse reporter's prawn stash. Just got that.
So that's what the guy's like, I work for Penthouse magazine, and now I'm in the Nevada desert in some guy's trailer.
I believe it was like his house. It was an actual house that he was broadcasting.
But wasn't it mobile? I thought it was to some extent mobile.
I think at this time it was in his house, like a house that he had the studio in his house. Yeah.
Yeah,
But it was just like Art and his wife at the time. basically doing this. Like there's no screeners. It was a very mom and pop.
I'm just involved in the least sexy thing they could have possibly sent me to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to put Art back on.
Okay.
So I'm out.
All right, I'm here again.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, all right, I heard all that, and I appreciate your call.
Okay.
And it's worthy, it's noteworthy what you said, the connection you make, and I'll think about that.
Yeah, I living in New York, I get your show on the skip from various cities, so I don't get to hear it every night. So maybe I was thinking I missed something in the interim. But
No, you heard an interesting show tonight, for sure.
Oh, definitely.
All right.
Your show is great.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's Paul in Philadelphia.
Hi, Paul.
Wow, that's pretty intense. That you got cut off there. I was thinking that if it is a real call, and what happened as a result.
Frankly, I don't know which is weirder, the call we had or the story that GE Americom is trying to tell us about what happened.
Yes. Well, if it is real, then we should all pray that if he's been cleaned or whatever, that he is in the bosom of a friendly God. And if it's fake, I think we're all relatively intimidated. So I shall choose not to be intimidated. But
well, if it's fake, the timing was unbelievable.
Yes, and I'm successfully made nervous by it, and I wish you well and love your.
Yes, Laffy McGee.
What? No, I'm listening to this person who's wishing Art well.
As usual, and that was pretty creepy.
Pretty creepy. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Take care. It's Paul in Philadelphia. First time caller. Oh, no, I'm not even answering that line. I'm very glad I had this gentleman from Penthouse with me tonight, just as a witness, because nobody else heard the rest of the call. He did. Well, listen, this strange night is over. I'm out of time. From the islands, you're going to get the honors this morning, so do it.
Fantastic.
Do it.
From Honolulu, Godspeed to everyone.
There you go.
There you go. We made it.
Honolulu. Godspeed to everyone. Yeah.
I hope that guy's in the bosom of a friendly God. Yeah, well. Actually, essentially, I think that sounds like he hopes that he's dead.
Yeah, that's absolutely what that is, Paul. Yeah. That is a pleasant euphemism for killed. Yeah.
All right. So, anything we need to go over before you tell us a lovely joke?
No, I got nothing else.
All right.
You?
Nope. I feel like it's that was I'm glad we did that episode. I'm thankful to all of you who stuck around with us and enjoyed that along with us.
Do we want to talk about some of the aftermath of this? We'll probably never actually play it on this show. Do we want to tell people or just?
Sure, we can spoil it in case anyone, if spoilers, if you.
Well, it's controversial, even.
So it may not even be a thing. So yeah, but we probably won't follow up. So a week later, there was another episode, and someone called in the show and said, "Hey, my name is so and so, Bill or whatever it was," and it said, "I actually am the guy who was the Area 51 frightened caller."
Yeah.
And it was me just performing. I literally just coming forth and saying, no, it was me.
Just screwing around.
Exactly. Yeah. And in fact, he even, like, Arts, well, can you, like, how can you prove that? And he actually went into the voice and did a little bit more of the thing.
Yeah.
But did that dissuade anyone in any way? Of course not, because the counter during that show was then everyone's calling in, well, obviously the government either is forcing this guy, the actual guy, to call in and say it was fake.
Yeah.
Or that this is just some schmo trying to steal the thunder for themselves and say that it's fake when it was obviously really real. So this show is self. What's the word that it has? That it's got the layers of protection around itself. That it can't be. It literally just can't be falsified.
Anything that affirms our belief is correct. Anything that
exactly
contradicts it is clearly a lie told by the people in
Exactly.
power. Yeah.
So, and honestly, I listened to it a couple times. I don't actually know for sure if I would say that this was the same guy who called in. It sounded pretty close, but not exactly close. Like not
But it's
100%.
also EM radio and
Yeah, and
right.
it's so yeah. Anyway, your microphone went hollow again.
Did it go bananas?
Yep.
Is it good now, or is it bad?
No, it's still bananas.
That fix it?
No, but we'll see.
No. All
So, do you got a joke for us?
I got a joke. Okay. Okay. So there is, Paul, a salesman named Dave.
Oh, okay.
Who constantly brags that he knows everybody. And anybody who comes in, he comes up, he shakes their hand, they talk about shared experiences. And he always for years brags about like, oh, I know everybody. And finally his boss gets sick and tired of this bragging and says, look, you know a lot of people, but you don't know everybody, and you need to tone that down. And he's like, but it's true, I know everybody. He's like, oh yeah, you know everybody? He's like, yeah. He's like, all right, smart guy, I'm going to buy us both tickets to Hollywood, and you are going to introduce me to Tom Cruise because you know everybody. And if you do not know Tom Cruise, you are paying for our plane tickets there and back, and you owe me $500 on top of all of that. But if you do, I'll pay for everything and we have a nice trip to Hollywood. And Dave's like, sure, great, let's do it. So they get on a plane, they go down, they get one of those maps of the stars, they go to Tom Cruise's house, right? And it's got like one of the little intercom button thing, like by the gate, and he pushes the button and his voice answers, and he's like, yeah, this is Dave here to see Tom. Tell him Dave from Hawaii's here. And there's like a 5-minute kind of break, and all of a sudden Tom Cruise comes on. He's like, Dave, is that you? And Dave's like, yeah, Tom, it's me. He's like, oh my goodness. It's like, come on in. And there's like a bzzz, and the gates open, and they come in, and Tom comes out the front door, Tom Cruise. And he's like, we're just back by the pool having lunch. Like, come on and join us, man. And Dave introduces his boss, and they're there for like 2 hours. They have a wonderful conversation, talk about family, friends, just different things. Tom shares some anecdotes about various movies he's worked on. He graciously offers, he's like, oh, let's get a picture. So he like takes a picture with Dave and the boss, and a picture with just the boss. And he's like, next time you're by, like, don't wait so long, Dave. Come by again sometime. And they have a wonderful talk, and they leave. And the boss is like, all right, well, I mean, bet's a bet. You obviously know Tom Cruise. He's like, but double or nothing. Dave's like, what do you mean? He's like, there's no way you know former President Barack Obama. Dave's like, I absolutely know Barack Obama. He's like, no, you don't. We're going to Washington. Same bet. Dave's like, okay. So they get a plane ticket. They go to Washington. Barack Obama lives in like a little kind of acreage community just outside of Washington. And they go up. And he's a former president, so there's Secret Service and people around. There's like a checkpoint and stuff. You can't just go to Barack Obama's house.
No.
But they kind of go up, and Dave's like, yep, I'm Dave from Canada, here to see Barack. And they go and they wait, and then Barack Obama comes driving up like a little golf cart, this thing, and he's like, Dave! He's like, I'm just, Michelle's here. He's like, the kids aren't around, but he's like, come on back, man. And they take him back, and they go, and he's like, what do you do? He's like, oh, we got hotels back in Washington. He's like, no, you're not staying in some hotel. He's like, you're staying here tonight. And so they spend the night at Barack Obama's house, and they have a wonderful meal that, Michelle cooks, and they have a wonderful night. It's very nice and genuine. They play some little card games. They have a wonderful time, have a conversation. When they're leaving, Barack Obama gives him a big hug. It is like, it was so great catching up to you. He's like, don't wait so long to visit next time. Come see me anytime. And they're leaving, and his boss is like, well, holy shit. You absolutely know Barack Obama. I guess you're right. He's like, I know somebody you don't know. And Dave's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, you don't know Pope Francis. And Dave's like, I do.
No,
he's like,
not Pope.
Yeah. but he's like, are you sure you want to do this? Is like flights to Rome are expensive. He's like, we're making the same bet. So the boss buys 2 tickets to Rome. They go to the Vatican, and Dave's like, okay. He's like, I know the Pope, but it's tough to the Pope's incredibly busy. It's very hard to get an audience with the Pope. He's like, so here's what we'll do. When he's doing an address, we'll go to St. Peter's Basilica, and we'll go in the crowd. He's like, I'll wave. The Pope will see me and acknowledge me, and then you'll know the Pope knows me. And the boss is like, okay. So they go there, but there's thousands of people. Like the Basilica is crowded, right? And so like Dave's kind of there. He's like, no, this was a stupid idea. He's like, he'll never see me, and if he does, he's like, this doesn't mean anything. He would just wave to people in the audience. That doesn't prove anything. He's like, tell you what, I know all of the guards. I'll go talk to them.
Of course you do, yeah.
He's like, you just wait here. I will go talk to the guards and get my in. I will come out on the balcony with the Pope, and we'll shake hands and wave, and I'll go back out, and he can do his address to the crowd, and that way you'll know that I know the Pope. And the boss is like, that will be proof of that. Like, if you can come out on the balcony with the Pope, I will take that as proof that you know the Pope. And so Dave's like, okay. So he goes off. And he's gone for like a half hour. But then finally, he comes out on the balcony with Pope Francis. And they clearly sort of talk for a little bit. And the Pope hugs him and gives him a kiss on each cheek and blesses him, clearly gives him a benediction.
Nice.
And then they talk for a few more minutes, and you can't hear what they're saying, but it's very clear from their body language and face that no, there's genuine, it's not just the Pope talking to somebody. It's like, he knows this person. And then Dave goes back inside, and the Pope continues on to address the crowd as he does and go. And so Dave goes back out in the crowd. But as he's going out in the crowd, Paul, he sees red and blue lights flashing in the area where he was. And so he starts pushing his way through the crowd and going, and he sees emergency services are there, and they're kind of an area cordoned off. And he comes rushing up, and he says, what happened? They said, a man had a horrible heart attack, and he's barely clinging on to life. We're taking him to a hospital. And he kind of pushes and he sees it's his boss. They're putting him on a stretcher onto the back of an ambulance. And he's like, I'm with this man. Like, we traveled, we're Canadians. We came to Europe together. I'm with him. And they look over, and the boss is like, yeah. He's with me. And so they let him out. And he comes up to him. He's like, boss, what happened? He's like, I was fine when you came out on the balcony. And then the man next to me said, who the hell is that next to Dave? Yeah. There you go.
That's a good one. That's a good one. My father loved to tell that joke.
Oh, does he? This is no.
Yep. I remember it with 70s and 80s celebrities. So
celebrities, you can throw in whoever you want. You can make it long.
No, that's a good one. That is a genuine classic. Well done. Well told.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, that might be yawning. So, once you yawn on stream, I think that's the end of it. So, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for another episode of the Toast to Toast. I think we might be back in 2 weeks, but we'll see how that goes. Next week is Canadian Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Also, I'm out of town.
And you will be in the woods somewhere.
I'll be in the woods. The cabin. Right. Cabin in the woods.
Little cabin in the woods. All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. And good night. Later.
Good night. And that's the end of our